Hey, everybody. It's time. Ooh, as I whack my gosh darn mic. It's time. Oh, bam. To play Dungeons and Dragons. Hey, we at Slices and Dices love the Friday nights because we like to play D&D, and in this case, the Ravenloft campaign, Domains of Dread, with my buddies here in the overlay. Yeah, we're ready. We're ready to rock and roll here. And we hope that you enjoy tonight's episode. Episode 3, The Merchant. What does that mean? Who knows?
Ooh.
Okay, so let's go with the music. So, previously on Ravenloft, Domains of Dread. Okay. Where is it? So, the four of you have come to the misty realm of Ravenloft, perhaps for some purpose yet to be determined. After an encounter with a strange, cloaked figure at a mist-laden crossroads, and a reading from a fortune-telling group of Vistani travelers, you found an old manor house, as well as some new companions, or shall I say, some new employers. The detectives Alanic Ray and Arthur Sedgwick, as well as their halfling medium Cabe Whippoorwill. The house, known as Halvrest House, was known to be haunted by the spirits of the unsettled dead, and you were hired to investigate it, and to contribute to several nightly seances in order to cleanse this place of its unwanted presences. As you investigated, you learned more about the history of the house and its owners, and also found evidence of a number of strange and unusual occurrences, some more dangerous than perhaps you originally thought. You participated in a seance during which you contacted a spirit named Garland, who asked you to free them by finding something underneath the porch. You found, unfortunately, more than you bargained for, however, as hundreds of flesh-eating maggots squirmed out of their muddy hole to consume Mikmick's flesh. However, you were able to save him, and he pulled from this hole an ancient axe with strange carvings. You proceeded to investigate upstairs and found a somewhat odd-looking tea set, as well as a bathroom, perhaps not in the most sanitary condition, as well as a pearl-handled comb that had a mind of its own. You ventured further into the house and found what seemed to be an office set with a set of French doors leading to a balcony outside, the chair behind the desk facing away from you. Moynat swiveled the chair around, and that's where we begin tonight's episode. So, let us...
Do we remember what we did with that cursed comb after we ripped it out of my hair?
Yes, I believe
in the room.
It's it is from what I remember, it is still there.
Okay.
Yep.
We left it in the room. I couldn't remember if anyone took it.
With a bit of your hair on it, of course.
With a bit of my hair
Just
on
a
it,
smidge
yes.
of hair and
Couple cents.
blood.
It's okay. I'll
Blood.
go back tomorrow.
Perhaps some scalp.
Yeah.
Okay, so, that said, let me just make sure this looks okay. All right, here we go. And we're moving, we're walking, and you swivel the chair around, Moynat. And in the chair, there is a figure. This figure is semi-translucent and has a sort of ghostly bluish-green sheen over them. The figure is male. He's wearing an old-fashioned frock coat, and his hair is long, although relatively nicely styled. You see he wears a pair of pince-nez over his long and tapered nose. And he holds in his hands two things. One, a large, also translucent set of scales in one hand, and in the other, he holds two coins. Also translucent but strangely colored as they glow. A variety of, well, not a variety. They glow. Each coin glows a different color. One color glows a sort of luminescent, almost white color, and the other glows a sort of a dark, sort of purplish red hue. And as the chair swivels around, he places this set of scales on the desk. And then he takes a coin in each hand. And he looks at both of them. And then he looks at you, Muadnhait, and says in a almost echoey voice, he says, "One of these coins represents your virtues. The other represents your sins. Shall we see which is heavier?" And he places on the scales each one of these coins. Muadnhait, as you watch the coin with the bright, sort of luminescent white hue begins to sort of move a little lower towards the table, but then almost immediately it raises again as the coin with the dark purplish red hue overtakes it, and the scale tips in that direction and stops. And the luminescent, ghost-like figure looks at the scale and says, "Ah, such a pity." And then he puts out his hands again, and the coins are now back in his hands. What do you wish to do?
I look at him and smile and say, "Speak, spirit, if you will, but I care not for the judgment of men."
He almost imperceptibly sighs and says, "As did I, whilst I was living."
Who are you then?
He says, "In life, I was Gorin Trevitsi, accountant to the great Halvrest family.
And I assume you believe your sins were many?
My sins were pride and greed and envy. And in the end, wrath."
I sort of look at him and say, "I don't believe I suffer from any of those."
You say that out loud?
Yeah.
Wait, he's only talking to her, right?
Currently, yes.
Yeah. Like, none of us can hear it.
No, you all can hear it. I mean, you can all see the creature in the, or the phantasm, shall I say, in this chair.
Well, if we can all see him, Mikmick overhearing this all, but having a bit of trouble seeing over the desk, he'll actually climb up onto the desk and pretty much get into the face of, still holding the axe at the side. So with the tattered robes and the oversized axe, almost looks like a small Grim Reaper. He'll just say to the spirit, see if I can get the voice right. Excuse me. I really don't remember who I am, but it seems that you know a lot about people's pasts. So, would you be able to judge me? Because I don't know who I was. And I just hope it's, well, not as bad as Muadnhait, if you know what I mean.
I kind of look at him, I roll my eyes and say, trust the judgment of no man but yourself. And I'll step away.
Yeah, so the spirit watches you go, Muadnhait, and then turns towards Mikmick and says, "Let the coins decide." And again, he puts out his hands, and the coins disappear and appear on the scales for you, Mikmick. And you watch as the two plates hover, that the one with the luminescent white coin sort of goes up and then down. And you then see that the coins, or the plates I should say, where the coins are on, are almost perfectly balanced. And the spiritual accountant looks at you and says, "It looks as your debits and your credits are matching. Your balance sheet is clean."
I don't know what to take of that, but and he'll look back to the rest of the party. Does anyone else
Take it as
want
a
to
good thing.
get in on this? I don't know how to feel about it being balanced. I feel like there's some bad shit in the past, but I can't really tell, but who knows?
One man's definition of bad is another's definition of life. Just remember that.
This one's
So-
got a lot of wisdom. Listen,
So-
Ghost. I'd like to ask a question. Where did you keep your wine?
I knew it.
The accountant says, "Gluttony, a sin most vile. Excess drives those without control to vile deeds."
Know who you are, but what am I? Where is your wine? Did I just switch from
I think you did. That was pretty cool. I liked it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like 3 different accents in one shot. It was really good.
I dig it. Moynat's been doing it too, so like I'm there.
You guys
I'm
can
with you.
choose your accents. I just go with whatever the hell
Well, it
comes out of my
becomes
mouth.
more British the less
I
chunky
have chosen to believe that Moynat is not used to speaking, especially to people on land, and that's why she shifts around all the time, because
Fair.
it's all strange to her.
Claudio becomes more British the less drunk he is.
I love it.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I don't really want to be judged, but I'm kind of curious why your last sin is wrath.
Oh, that wasn't her. That was her sin. He's judging everyone.
No, actually, he
I
said
know,
was...
No, that was himself.
I know I'm a glutton.
I envy no one. He was speaking of himself, not me.
That is correct. He was speaking of
He said
himself.
something about wrath. Didn't you kill somebody in
Well,
the woods at random?
my apologies, son. I misunderstood.
I have killed many, but never out of anger.
Apologies if I wasn't clear. The intimation was that this accountant seems to have remarked upon his own sins. Envy, greed, and then
That
at
part I got.
the
He's
end,
just gonna ignore.
wrath.
He's just gonna ignore my.
Yeah, that
one
was my understanding of it.
But yes, he
Oh,
will
and Matt-
ignore your query about wine, unfortunately, Claudia.
Ugh.
Oh, and Matt.
Yes.
But
made a
I will
redemption.
look to Claudia and say, I have killed many men.
I see the redemption. I
But
will.
never for any
I didn't say
of-
that in character. I never witnessed you kill anyone.
Oh, I thought you accused me of it a second ago.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay, never mind.
That-
No,
But keep
then
in
I
mind,
misunderstood you.
wrath
take-
doesn't necessarily have anything to do with anger.
It's true. I do see that redemption in chat, and I will get to it after this little internecine scene. Does anyone else want to interact with this individual?
Are the scales...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, I was just going to ask, are the scales also ghostly in nature? Like
Yes.
the coins? Or...
They are. Okay.
I will simply say, Spirit, have you anything to offer aside from judgment?
It looks at you, and says, "A plea. If you are here for any other reason than to disturb those who have been trapped here like I, then make each other the quest's end. Find your truth here within this house."
If my truth is here within this house, then I swear to you I will find it, and I will destroy it. And I'm going to walk out of the room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Speaking of which, Mikmick walked out of the room basically after he had got judged, and he's just leaning against the wall, just pondering, just thinking what to make of this.
Tiny one, you seem troubled.
Yeah. I feel like I've got a lot of bad in my past that I need to, what's the word, atone for, if you will. But the scales seem balanced. I don't know what to make of that.
As I said to you before, I put no stock in the judgments of anyone other than myself, but what do you... You truly remember nothing.
I'm getting bits and pieces back, but every time I close my eyes, I just see death.
Well, you know, Mikmick, you could just wait, and eventually things may come back to you. Maybe it's the stress.
I think I
No,
need a good sleep. But
Well, so you don't... What? I mean, you know your name.
that's basically the only thing I remember of my past at the moment.
So what? I suppose, when do your memories start?
As I said, I only remember since I got up. I got up on a table and heard somebody coming after me. I ran into the mists, and the first thing well, the first thing I came across is your song.
Oh. Sure they were chasing you and not just checking on you, maybe?
I have no idea. I didn't want to stay and find out, because the room that I was in, well, it had body parts, organs in the old containers all around me. Almost like I was experimented on. Bodies of other failed experiments.
Matt, refresh my memory. Did I see Mikmick after I killed the bard for his shit? I honestly don't remember.
You
Uh,
sort of
you
noticed him, right? You sort
Noticed
of,
him vaguely.
yeah, but you weren't really paying very much attention to him
Yeah.
as you walked along the road.
you completely ignored me, as
Yeah.
you said.
Okay, thank you for reminding me. I'm actually, because I couldn't remember if I just didn't see you or if I ignored you.
Yeah.
I actually looked down and I say, well, two things strike me here. First is that you remember something before the mists. I only remember waking in them. So perhaps you are actually from this place and your memory was taken for a different reason.
Speaking of...
The other thing that strikes me
Yeah?
is that you've survived my song. There are very few who can say that, tiny one. You just may be a remarkable individual. And she's going to ruffle his hair a little bit.
And probably get a hand covered. It's still in a bit of soot from when he went up the chimney.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't care. Wipes it off on her pants.
There was also, as I said, I've been getting these flashes, and one of these flashes that I got was... I seem to know what these horns of you represent.
Fine.
That you are what's, as I think Cabe mentioned before, a hex blood. From what
Cabe nods and says, yes, Hexblood.
That is what this is called. I did not know.
Yes.
My hand kind of traces over them.
Basically, from the flash that I was able to remember, they are essentially servants to hags, witches, the like. And,
I serve no one.
And that being said, I don't know why, but I do remember stories of witches, hags, and the like eating small children. And when I was pulled up the chimney, the voice said I looked tasty. So I'm wondering if maybe the person that did this to you is actually in this house.
It's a very interesting thought.
And is, I don't know, hiding in the fireplaces that are spotted around the place. I've noticed that you seem to be a little bit more averse to the fireplaces, so it would make a little bit of sense.
Well, fire is the antithesis of my world. So yes, I do find it strange and frightening, but also, in a way, it was how I was brought here. How I was made into... And her hands go up to the horns again. how I was made into this. Whatever this hex blood, whatever this is not what I am. And I will find who did this to me, and I will kill them.
I think this
As
is a
I s-
good point
Yeah.
to bring in this Tempt the Fates, which was drawn by our lovely chat members here. As you remember, Tempt the Fates is a common Taroka deck. So let's see what comes of it, shall we?
Are those the ones that get assigned to people?
They do get assigned to people.
Yeah.
So who should it be assigned to?
That is up to the person who donated their points to Tempt the Fates. So that is Ironwolf who redeemed those points. Ironwolf, would you please nominate one of our lovely party members here for this particular Taroka deck card, so that they can make the choice as to whether or not they wish to accept this boon or not. Ironwolf does not want to choose. Ironwolf says roll a dice.
James, come on, buddy.
Because he doesn't want to be held responsible for potentially people choosing. So
D4?
You know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be that guy. I am going to choose for him to make Ironwolf. This will assuage all potential guilt that you may have. So far, we've had 2 Tempt the Fates that have been given. Which has been one has been given to Amnestria, which will, I think, run out at the next perhaps mid-afternoon or so, shall I say?
Oh, she's already used her.
No.
Oh no.
Yeah, let me
She's
finish.
used her inspiration.
Right. So that was not the Tempt the Fates. The Tempt the Fates was the ability.
That was Tempt the Fates.
Yep. So let me finish. The ability for her to if she hits 0 hit points.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yep.
Sorry.
Yep.
The Necromancer.
Exactly, the Necromancer.
I remember.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. You probably wrote it down or something like that. And
Actually, it's part of the reason why I bought the card deck.
there you go. Fantastic.
Nice.
And then the other one, I believe,
Was Claudiu.
was Claudiu.
And he's under
That's
a bless.
correct. And he is under a bless spell for the next 24 hours or thereabouts. So it's either Muadnhait or Mikmick. And I think that actually, that little conversation, a little tete-a-tete, I think that kind of, it leverages my decision a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and say this is on Mikmick to make the decision.
Okay.
Just because he's heard all of this rather interesting material and sort of heard Muadnhait's sort of reverie in potentially finding whatever that thing was and doing away with it, if that is indeed something that maybe she chooses to do later here in the house. Who knows? But for Mikmick, let's go ahead and roll that beautiful dice footage, shall we say, and pick a card, any card, from the common Taroka deck. So here we go. Let me just click and let's see what we get. Oop. This is a card known as the Avenger. I love this. This is so...
That's perfect.
This is so on brand.
I'm just going to move into the room because I can't see it with me.
Yep.
I
can just do that. That's easier too.
Yeah.
God, that art is so pretty.
It's very
This
nice.
colorized version is insane. I want someone to print it.
I agree.
Well, you can actually pull out the card, can't you? And show the stream.
I have to go hunting for it, but I can see it.
Yeah. I mean, she'd have to go through all 52. But yeah, that's the Avenger.
Maybe it'll happen quickly.
And the Avenger, in terms of the Tempt the Fates, is the following. You know, somehow or other, after this harrowing tale, that for the next 24 hours from here, and it is almost, maybe 1 or 2 in the morning. So this is, again, till the next same time period. You will gain advantage in all attack rolls.
Ooh.
That is nice.
So for the next 24 hours, you said?
If you so choose to take on the boon of the Avenger, yes.
I'm certain that the inverse of that, the bane, is disadvantage if someone gets it again.
Yeah, that's
That's a distinct possibility, or there could be
But it's
something
still
else.
good for you.
yeah. I think we'll take it. We'll take
I
that
would
one.
take
You
it.
will
I
take
would
it.
take that.
All
Yeah.
right. I will
Because
go
I
ahead.
don't have reckless attacks yet. I don't think.
All right. I will go ahead and recall that card back into the deck. Boom. Double check. Yes, recall. Okay. All cards are back in that deck, in the common deck. All right. So, you now have advantage on all attack rolls between now and tomorrow night at the same time.
Okay. So if we take the short rest, that still remains, right? Or the long
Yeah,
rest, that still
absolutely.
remains, right? Yeah.
Of course it does, yeah. Long
Yep.
rest is only 8 hours.
4 hours.
I think the last thing remaining is these stairs going up. Is that the only thing we haven't explored on this floor?
Well, it's worthwhile noting that the room itself, beyond the fact that this, this ghostly accountant who appeared, and then by the time you finished your little conversation, has dissipated as he is no longer being talked to. The room itself is still available for you to search. There is, of course, as well that there is in the light of the moon, there is this set of French doors that leads out onto a balcony.
Yeah. I'll come back in. After chatting with Mikmick and kind of poking my head in the door and seeing that the annoying spirit is gone, I will come back into the room.
All right. Claudiu and Amnestria, what do you wish to do?
Well, I would like to approach Mikmick and actually ask him a question. You mentioned experimenting. Have you ever put any thought to all the bandages on your arm?
I have, but as I said, I don't remember much, and I'm kind of afraid to find out what is underneath all these bandages. I mean, for all I know, it could just be a dead arm rotting. But I don't know.
Well, does
Well,
the arm work?
can you wiggle your fingers around?
I mean, he holds up his bandage hand and does freely move his hand around.
Oh, well then it's probably fine. Maybe. That's
But then again, the living undead, they can still move their fingers. So, what's the difference? For all I know, I could be just one of those. Just
Like,
maybe a bit
that's
more mindful.
Well, if that's the case, then you have nothing to worry about. You're undead. And so,
Mhm.
what does it matter whether your arm is rotting or not?
Well, I really don't want to scare anyone with what I actually do look like.
Oh,
I
please.
don't think that's gonna happen in this place. Between terrifying monsters and chimneys.
If I can hear this from behind, if I can hear that from behind the desk, I'm gonna say, "Tiny one, I am not easily frightened."
As I said, I just need some time to think. Maybe a little rest. Yeah, those maggots, they knocked me down. I need to get some pep back in my step, as they say.
It is quite late. Even those of you who are probably more night people, shall we say, are not used to being up this late without a decent amount of rest or convalescence.
I do quickly want to go through the desk now that the spirit is not here. I'm going to sit in his chair.
Sure.
And rifle through his desk just
Okay.
to see if there's anything interesting there.
Yeah. You open the desk. It's actually unlocked. The papers and books on the desk, on the surface of the desk, are documents mostly about business. You see that they are signed mostly by a gentleman's name, Lauren Halvrest. The last name obviously becomes extremely pertinent in that this is the name of the family that owned this house. And you note that this guy, Lauren Halvrest, seems to have been some kind of quite important businessman and wealthy for certain. Most of these papers are ruined by age. They sort of crinkle and fall apart in your hands as you pick them up. But make a perception check, please.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
6.
Yeah, you don't find a whole lot through them. And the desk, you open the desk drawer, you shut the desk drawer, it's like, there's nothing. And then you open the desk drawer, one of the lower ones, and amidst all these papers and books, most of which have rotted and just deteriorated, you see two rather important documents in a leather folder, which you sort of unwrap. And I will give them to you as handouts. Here we are. The first is a very clear, as you sort of unravel it, document that is very much the will to this house. It is a letters testamentary. I will read it to you, as sometimes it's difficult to read.
Yeah, that text
script.
Is even.
Yeah,
You can zoom in.
you can.
to
You
Even
can
in the
zoom
zoomed-in form, I'm
It's
having,
fine.
it just opened up a whole bunch of weird shit in Pinterest. Thank you, and then it logged me out of Roll20. Thanks for that.
No worries. I will read it. I will read it to the group.
Before you do that,
Yes.
you check Discord real quick.
Sure. Ooh.
Question there.
That is correct.
Okay, cool.
Thank you for that. Okay, so here's what this document says. It says, letters testamentary in the court of Borca. You remember the word Borca being
Yes.
utilized.
Where we are.
That's where we are.
Exactly. This is the land of Borca, as denoted by Alanic Ray. And it says, be it known that on the 15th day of Kitharn, 1198, the last will and testament of Lauren Halvrest, late of the parish Westwood, in the county of Founders Forest of Borca, who died on or about the first day of Kitharn, at his place of residence, the former Castle Levents, and who at the time of death had tenacious... I gotta read this correctly. Tenacious denoting of the leftmost lung. In the said county was proved and registered in the said court, a true copy of which said last will and testament is hereto annexed, and that the administration of all and singular the personal estate and effects, rights and credits of the said deceased, and any way concerning their will, was granted by the aforesaid court to his next of kin, Theodora Halvrest, and is thereto bound by law to receive the listed annuities of 800 gold pieces, the land warrant for the Sorry, I can hardly read it myself. The land warrant for the abode of the deceased, lawful dispensation to the daughter Regan, 100 gold pieces, lawful dispensation to the son Vastian, 100 gold pieces, given under my hand and under the seal of the said court, this 15th day of Kitharn in the year 1198, and lawfully witnessed by Tatiana Ivliskova and Kolyan Indirovich. It is signed Ateshi Nwiskin, Register of the said court. Do you read that out loud, or do you read it to yourself?
I'll read it out loud.
When you read it out loud...
Can Moy not read script?
Yeah, she's like, I need my...
She can read.
Hexblood glasses.
She's got some
It's
Got
tough.
some solid languages under her. There's nothing wrong with her eyes.
There's nothing wrong with her black eyes. When you say the word,
They're not tiefling black eyes. She
No.
still has whites. It's just the It's just the
Yes.
the irises.
I just
that are
love the
black.
art. The art is just like it looks like
The art is
it's like a
great.
shark's eyes. When you say as you go through this, you say the names of the people who were witness to this particular event. One of them is Kolyan Indirovich. Claudiu, having grown up in Barovia, you know of the Indirovich family. You know that Kolyan Indirovich was the burgomaster or mayor of the town of Barovia.
Hold on. I didn't grow up in Barovia.
I know you didn't, but you know of Barovia. I mean, you know of the land of Barovia. There's a town in Barovia called the town of Barovia. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it's like New York, Barovia.
Yeah. The town of Barovia in Barovia.
Exactly.
Who were the two witnesses? Who was Kolyan and Dirovich, and what was the other name?
It's in the will, lady. Read it again. No, I'm just kidding.
What
I
do
know.
I
I'm
know?
just having a
What do
hard
I-
time making out the text.
What do I know about?
Tatiana.
Tatiana Ivliskova.
Tatiana
Ivliskova. What do you know about Kolyan Indirovich?
Ivliskova.
You know that he was relatively well known. He has a son and a daughter, both adopted. One whose name is Ismark. They call him Ismark the Lesser for some reason. Sort of a pale-skinned fellow. And a daughter named Irina. Very, very, very pretty girl.
Are they still living?
They are, as far as you're aware.
Interesting.
As is Kolyan.
I wonder how they were here in Borka to witness this.
Indeed.
Oh,
So, does the will
interesting.
make
I
it?
wonder how Kolyan Indirovich was here to witness this.
The will speaks nothing of how Kolyan was here, other than the fact that he's mentioned in the will as a witness, as a lawful witness. Correct, yeah.
Yes, so lawful witness would mean that that's his signature.
That is correct.
He was there.
So, if Regan and Bastian were his children, because we saw their names on the birthday party downstairs, and it did say in the will. So, next of kin was Theodora. Was that his wife?
It sure
Or
seems
a
like it, yeah.
Sister?
I mean,
Not a sister, a wife.
most likely his
Okay.
wife, yeah. Next of kin could be.
Okay. Just trying to determine who inherited the house.
Well,
Absolutely.
also, it was party supplies for both of them, assuming at the same time. So could they be
They're
twins?
probably twins.
Possible.
yes.
I said something incorrectly. The note of how Lauren Halvers died was not what I said before. It was actually tenacious deviltry of the leftmost lung.
Of the leftmost
devilry.
thing.
Leftmost lung, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the
Tenacious
first document.
Devilry of the leftmost lung.
That's the first document that you find. The second document, which is pretty much right underneath the will, is a document which is just as hard to read, but a little bit cooler because it's a little bigger. So I will show that to you. That is the deed of land, which I'm now showing to you guys in. There we go.
Made the first day of Elysius. 1188.
Between Lauren
actually-
Halvrist of Borka.
Wow, I can't read that.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's actually somewhat easier.
It is a
than
little
the
easier.
other
It's a little more blown up. This is a deed of land, number 666, of course. This indenture made the first day of Elysies, 1188, between Lauren Halvrist of Borka in the parish of Westwood in the county of Founders Forest, Bourne merchant and William Southwell, representative of the magistrate of Borka in the parish of Sturban of the other party, witnesseth that in consideration of the sum of 490 gold pieces as purchase money to the said representative William Southwell, paid by the said Lauren Halvrist, the receipt whereof the said representative hereby acknowledges, the said beneficial owner hereby conveys unto the said Lauren Halvrist all of the land noted in accompanied documents witnessed and agreed to by the said representative, including the ruins of Castle Levents, prior owners Lady Mara Silvra, Dath, Dranzorg, Lord Cordon Silvra, dates unknown. Sorry, Dulk Dranzorg.
Sorry, William, who is the agent?
William Southwell.
And he wasn't the owner, he was the agent of the prior owner.
Exactly.
Who is not named.
Correct. Prior owners, it does mention Lady Mara Silvra, Dalk Dranzorg, Lord Cordon Silvra, etc. Good gracious, that was dry.
I'm a bit confused. I haven't had a drink in a while. Isn't this where we at some point find bodies somewhere and bury them in some rightful place and the curse is lifted from the house and we're good to go?
Honestly, not entirely sure. I'll be honest, I understand little of the affairs of the land, but
I know the question was sort of rhetorical, and I look over
I do find it interesting that I know property is terribly important up here. I find it very interesting that this deed of sale doesn't include the name of the prior owner. Only an agent.
Maybe there was a reason for that.
Maybe we need to find the prior owner and bury him.
If there's one thing I know of men, it's that they enjoy burying their secrets deep, as they say.
Oh, you know so much of men. What say you, Elf? What should we do at this point?
Well, I think those papers...
No, the elf guy. The elf guy.
That's
halfling.
Very much a halfling. Yes.
Sorry.
No,
Halfling.
yeah. You talking to me?
Is more closer to elf.
What say you, halfling?
Cape says, "Listen, I have very little to say. I'm simply employed, and as you can see, no ears. Check out the ears. There you go, no ears.
I've got the pointy ears.
Yeah, everybody has pointy ears except Cabe and.
I don't have pointy.
Yeah, that's right. You don't have pointy ears.
Yeah.
You just pointy horns.
I don't have pointy ears either.
That's true. Okay, so half pointy, half mod. Yeah, Cabe says, listen, I don't know very much about this. All I know is that I have a special gift, and that is speaking with the dead. I've used it basically just for monetary reasons. I get through life with it. Kind of make a living off of it. I'm not really into the whole questing thing. I'm just in it for the money.
That's understood. I'm in it for the wine. But listen for a second. Why don't we communicate with the man that had the lung issue?
Who's that?
Lauren
He's in
Halvrest?
the will that she read.
Lauren Halvrest, the
Yes.
head of the Halvrest family.
Yes.
I mean, I don't have very much say as to what spirits answer when I do my seances. I'll be perfectly honest.
Well, why don't
Is there
we do a
anything that
seance?
would help you connect to a specific spirit?
If you had
And
something that Lauren Halvrest was physically possessing, maybe?
We're in his damn
Like
house.
his will, for example?
That's not really something that...
I mean, he signed it.
No,
Physical possession.
Exactly. Thank you. Cave sort of looks at you strangely. Yeah, exactly.
Hi, Kate.
Like
What about
she said.
the comb?
I'm
About
sorry.
his axe. We found his axe.
I assume he possessed most things in this home at one point or another, including the entire building.
Yeah, but this whole place is now sort of infested. Think of it like a log that has a whole bunch of termites in it. Is the log owned by the termites, or is it owned by anything? Is it a part of the ground anymore, or do you understand what I mean?
No, that metaphor
No.
took me nowhere.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Also, so basically what you need is like a lock of his hair or some shit like
No.
that, right?
Not necessarily. You just needs something he owned.
What about the comb that tried
What
to rip
about
my
his
hair
house?
out?
His house. This whole place was his.
You're thinking too big. You need something he owned, such
That
as an
couch,
item or...
a book
What
over
about the
there.
comb that tried to rip my hair out?
By the way, Sarah, your Zoom is frozen, which is even creepier because you're just sitting there like staring, just like with this sort of like grin on your...
My
Oh, it is
Zoom
frozen.
screen
Your
is
Zoom
just
is frozen.
black.
Oh, noes.
I don't know what to do because if I close it, it's gonna fuck everybody up.
If it happens, it happens. Then we just move everything back.
Should I close Zoom and reopen?
Yeah, looks like you're gonna have to.
Okay.
Either that or we just sit there like staring at your
Mate.
face.
I don't even know what my frozen face looks like, so
It was
I'm
like,
not okay with that.
yeah. When you come back, we'll show you.
Yeah.
Do our best. We'll do our best Sarah impression.
Speaking of,
How about this beautiful bear skin rug? I'm sure it's been here for 800 years.
It could be summoning the spirit of the bear.
speaking of Zoom, though, Matt, Alex's
I'm getting a
box
weird
is a little
message
bit
from my
blue-eyed.
computer, but we'll see what happens.
All right, let's get Sarah back and let's adjust everybody around.
Okay, there we go.
Hey,
I had a message pop up. It was like, you need to restart to resume installing your integrated camera. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's already been installed. But if I can see me, can you see me?
Yes.
I can see you.
Okay, we're
Yeah,
good then.
we're all good now.
So we could do this in a very serial fashion. I could run around and pick up trinkets, and we could hand the trinkets to you one at a time until we contact Lauren Halvrist. Or
We can have a rest.
possibly Mikmick could hand you the axe or the comb that did whatever it did to the hair of this lady.
We can try any of that at tomorrow's seance. I can only do a seance once a day.
So many preconditions with you, isn't there? No wine, no whatever.
These are all really out of my control. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, spirits kind of have conditions you need to follow, so he's right. You can't really do much today. But we could find something that you know.
Seem to be incredibly knowledgeable.
Just FYI, I go by they them. It's cool.
Oh.
It's fine. It's fine. It's just like
It's
my
okay.
hair. It's totally fine.
My apologies.
No worries.
You have very nice hair.
Oh, thank you.
Moynot kind of shakes out her knee-length hair to be like, yeah, it's all right. She doesn't say it out loud. She just kind of has a moment. She really does like her hair.
Okay. With that said, the fact that you found these two rather important documents and potentially may use items that you found or have yet to find to communicate with, I think your designated target was Lauren Halvrist. What else do you would like to do? You
I
can
want to
I'm
go
guessing
try and
investigate
clear
more.
the
You
mud
can
out.
take a rest. You can do whatever you'd like.
I
I'm
want to go
guessing
try
the
and clear
party
out the
wants-
mud in the pipes of that bathtub.
I actually want to see what's on the balcony.
Okay. Guess and split up and search the house. This is great.
I'm just curious.
I am going
Seems
to
like a...
sit here
You're gonna sit in a
and
chair.
look at the globe.
It is a
I'm
beautiful.
going to go. I'm going
Oh,
to
is
go
that- is
drain
that
the mud from the
spirit still
bathtub
here?
The spirit's gone.
and
So-
try to run the pipes to see if I can get clear water.
Okay. I love the fact that you guys are splitting up. That means I have to sort of like switch around to all you places in the house, which is great. Okay. So let's go to the bathroom. You sort of walk to where you were in the bathroom where you turned, or I think a Mikmick turned the knob.
No, I turned.
Oh, you turned the knob?
It was
Okay,
me.
yeah.
It was
You turned the
more-
knob, and all this
I
like
was there
brown
with
and red stuff came out.
Gunk.
Yeah, and I think one of you guys immediately turned the knob to stop it.
It was also me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Moynot turned it on and off, and I just
Yeah, it was all
and
me.
Mikmick just investigated
Yes.
to see why. It
And
was
he
doing
said
that.
it was that the pipes were muddy.
Yeah.
So I've got the drain in the tub open. I'm trying to see if I can clear the pipes
Okay.
just by running the water.
Sure. You turn the faucet on, and you hear sort of this horrendous like screech. And for a second, it sounds like a voice screaming. Like it's just like rising and rising in pitch. And then you hear as the pipes rattle and the entire like tub starts to just shake. And then you
Keep
hear...
watching.
Like someone is literally clearing their throat as if to emit an enormous, like, phlegmatic expulsion. And then sort of like oozy brown fluid comes snaking out of the faucet and just coils itself semi-solid like in the bottom of the tub.
Let it keep going, see if it turns to water.
You let it keep going. And it just continues to coil around and around and around and sort of begins to sort of collapse on itself, like into this semi-gelatinous form.
Still gonna let it keep going.
Okay. Let's switch back to the rest of you.
Determined to get water, god damn it.
Fair. Let's switch to Amnestria. Amnestria, you look out onto the balcony. You see that it's maybe about 20 by 20 square. The beautiful French doors, double French doors, open outward. But they're locked with a very sturdy sort of hook lock from your position.
I'll just shake it a little bit. I don't think it's going to do anything. But...
You shake the doors. I mean, they're still locked.
You said it's a hook lock?
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, has a little hook into a loop like that.
Oh, can I try to remove the hook?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You can just go, like, take the hook out of the loop and, yeah.
Yeah,
you do that.
simple enough.
Yeah.
Try to push the doors open again.
The doors push. And they push out onto the balcony, which you can now see clearly. As the doors open, the undulating mists and the rain from the storm that is still ongoing, actually, as well as the sort of wind that is prevalent in this place, sort of makes you a little bit trepidatious as to whether you should step out onto the balcony, but it is certainly your decision if you wish to do so.
Just gonna take one look outside, notice it's still raining, look back at Claudiu sitting on the couch and Mikmick possibly visible in the hall.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, she's just gonna close the door.
Okay, we'll close the door.
Not gonna go outside by herself. It's kind of raining out. Not great.
Okay. I'll leave the doorway open, even though you have closed it, just so you guys can still see outside. The area that you see, this exterior balcony, it's actually sort of pleasing to the senses, but I'd like you to make a quick perception check as you close the door.
And you... Perception...
Okay. With a 16, you notice that there is a length of half-rotten rope looped around one part of this vine-strangled balustrade that curves around the entire balcony. And although you've closed the doors, it makes you wonder, why didn't you see the rope when you came in?
I'm gonna step back from the door. I feel like that's a good idea.
Fair. Mikmick, what are you doing?
If it is possible, Mikmick is technically going to be starting his long rest.
Okay. Where would you like to sleep? Just right there in the hall?
I was thinking that he would be like just sitting on the flower pot where he is, and just doing the old man nap in front of the TV. Just rest his eyes and just
One of those kind of deals.
In the hallway.
yeah.
You have passed a couple of different bedrooms. Just saying.
Yeah. But yeah, Mikmick's just doing the old man nap.
The old man nap.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll be like that for about 4 hours.
Okay. We'll leave Mikmick there, unless anyone else wants to do anything differently. Claudiu, you sort of sit in this comfy chair next to this fireplace. You look up. There's an enormous bear head that is affixed to the mantle above the fireplace, with its mouth agape, its eyes just staring. You watched Amnestria open the door to the balcony outside. She sort of seemed a little unnerved by something and then shut the doors. There is, as you said, next to you, there's a sort of a globe here next to you, and you sort of like move your hand and spin it. And the strange thing about this globe is that instead of oceans that separate the borders of whatever it is in this particular place, you only see sort of marks of this or I probably should say an artistic rendering of these mists. Yeah. So you're not sure as to whoever made that particular item, but the world seems to be very small indeed.
I see Barovia on there?
You don't. What you do, however, see is a map, which in your mind, if you were to actually sort of put it horizontally and two-dimensionally, you would see. Yeah, I'll just bring you guys to this particular map.
Ooh,
Pretty.
that is very pretty.
And I'll
Where's
zoom
the
out.
"You are here" sign?
Yeah, exactly, right?
Uh-huh.
This map has the word Borka over it. And as you can see, it does
I'm
not...
guessing we're up here, I'm guessing.
That's a pretty decent guess. There are no markings of any of these buildings, but as you can see, there are quite a lot of what seem to be estates or manors of some kind, sprinkled throughout this particular area of Borka. There is one here and another here, etc., etc., etc. Clearly, Borka has also got some small towns. It seems like this might be a walled town of some kind.
When I look out the window, do
Maybe
I see a
down here.
mountain range? Do I see plains? Do I see a road?
That's
Do I
the
see-
That's the really strange thing. You look out the window after referencing this particular map or globe, and all you see is undulating mist and the rain.
Okay. But on the way here, I do remember the way here,
Yeah, you do.
and I know that we didn't cross a river,
No, you didn't.
right? And were there mountains? Were there forests on the way here?
You don't
Well, there
remember
was a forest.
seeing... definitely forests, but you don't remember seeing any mountains or rivers. You just remember the crossroads and the Vardo with the Vistani in it, and then the road, and then the house.
Well, there was a forest. I walked into it.
You definitely remember walking
Yes.
into a forest.
That was back in Barovia.
No, it wasn't back in Barovia.
Well, he came out of a forest.
Oh yeah. Yes. After sneaking off on his own.
So I'm going to go ahead and move you guys back to the house.
Okay.
Okay.
The weird shadowy figure at the bottom of the map interests me too.
Yeah. Strange, right? We'll have to come back to him some other time.
There we go. I thought it was crazy and I couldn't close the map.
No, Matt had to move us. He changed our map.
I did.
No.
Cabe sort of walks over to you, Mikmick, and doesn't really sort of do anything other than notices that you've completely passed out. Sort of like does one of these
Technically,
things.
he's still conscious though.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Is your eye open?
No, I think it's it's closed, but still conscious.
Okay.
As I said, it's like the old dad
Oh yeah,
sitting in it.
reborn basically just have to spend 4 hours
That was not moving.
unmoving. That is their rest.
That's messed up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got one in our Wednesday game.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Not me, but someone else is playing.
So
James is playing one. In our
oh
Wednesday
my
game.
goodness. So yeah, I mean, like it's like, hey, flavor that however you'd like. But yeah, Cabe is sort of like does one of these things, and then gets no response, and is like, okay, well, if that's all for tonight, folks, I'm gonna go ahead and head on downstairs. Gonna sleep in the main parlor. I think Alanik and Arthur are camped out there as well. By all means, if you choose to stay in the house, highly recommend that you stay together. But
well, maybe we should stay with you in the parlor.
by all means, you certainly can, if you'd like. Yeah,
I think that's a.
it could be a little bit of a cramped space, but yeah, that's fine.
What do the rest of you think?
I'm on my own in a bathroom, so.
Mikmick does not respond, and Amnestria, by all means.
Well, I think that is a very good point that we should stay together, especially with all the interesting
Happenings
things that we've been going through. Happenings, yes. Although Mikmick appears to be resting, should we stay here and maybe go find Muadnhait first?
You could gently pick him up and take him with you.
You probably hear at that point, just Mikmick saying while his eyes are still closed, "You know, I still can hear you."
Well, that's wonderful. Then you should come with us to the parlor and sleep there.
That's a good idea, although I was kind of hoping you wouldn't say anything before I picked you up.
Well, I'm not going to be against you picking me up.
Well, okay.
Okay.
You just grab him, you pick him up.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Just gonna walk over and pick him up.
Love it.
Have I succeeded in getting any real water in this bathtub?
Yeah, I was gonna switch back to you in a second there, Moynot. Yeah, there is no water at all. It's all just this brownish red sludge.
After like 10 minutes, I just give up and turn it off.
Okay. You hear the squeal of metal as the valves close, and now there's just like 4 or 5 pounds of this stuff slowly seeping down the drain.
Oh, disappointing.
Why disappointment?
I was hoping to sleep somewhere comfortable, but apparently there's no water in this place.
You were going to sleep in a tub.
Yes, why not?
There's water outside.
Let's pick some of that water in here.
All the way up the stairs and in here. How long would that take to collect?
A night? Maybe an hour?
That's...
You
Well, a
got
night
all
or an
that.
hour, that's a distinct difference, you realize.
It depends on how many pails you're able to move. If you find pails around here. There seems to be a pail on the floor there.
There is, in fact, a bucket on the floor, yeah.
But first,
I look at the
mud.
mud slowly draining down the drain of this bathtub. I was like, ugh, fine, I'll sleep on land with the humans.
Oh. We're going to the parlor. You should come.
All right.
All right. Everyone gather so I can bring you on down to downstairs.
There you go. Bring us on down.
I'll just move myself up there.
Thank you very much.
I might be carrying you, but I can't actually move you.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go downstairs to the first floor. And I'll assume that the four of you, I should say five of you with Cabe, go into the parlor, right? There's nothing stopping you from doing that. Go down the stairs, go past that very strange sort of eagle with the antlers statue, and you already see that Atlantic and Arthur are actually like in separate sort of bedrolls, but they're right next to each other. And
Aw, they're cuddling.
they are cuddling. Yeah, absolutely. They make no bones about it. So I will.
That's cute.
It is super cute. All right. So,
Oh. If we must, I'm going to move to the corner furthest from the fireplace.
mhm.
And then Moynat is literally going to strip naked. Like, completely naked. But then sort of wrap herself in her hair.
She's pulling an Albathan. I believe
do a
she's
Maeve
pulling
thing
an
now.
Albathan.
I think you're right. I think that might be.
It's like one step further than Pantsless Elbathan,
Yep.
but it's also very much in character. Now she just strips herself completely naked, and actually I would like to know how everyone else reacts to that before she says or does anything else.
Well, technically, Mikmick still has his eyes closed, but I think he's going to grab the chair right in front of the spirit board, and just continue his just resting. So he doesn't even notice what Moynat's doing.
Amnestria is literally
She was completely naked when he saw her the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Amnestria's basically gonna throw her bedroll at you and be like, "Cover up." Just seem super flustered about it.
As she says cover up, that's when Moynat will pull her hair around her and be like, better.
Wasn't really what I was thinking, but okay.
Land dwellers are so strange. And then we'll pull the bedroll out of her stolen pack and lay it out on the floor. But you can see as she curls up in it, she's having a really hard time getting comfortable. It all just, hard surfaces under bones. It all just seems very strange, and she spends a long time tossing and turning and trying to find a comfortable position in which to fall asleep.
Claudio just leans up against the wall, sits down, and stares at the ceiling. Kind of like... That's going to be his position.
Cool.
So what's Amnestria's sleeping position like? Since she's given her bedroll to Moynat.
Moynat chucks it back. Moynat has her own. Amnestria chucks her bedroll at her, it just falls on the ground. And then she covers herself with her hair, and she's like, is that better?
Amnestria's just gonna move a chair out of the way and just kind of put her bedroll over here.
So who's going to go to sleep?
Not really
first?
sleep, but sort of just lay there.
Okay. All right. Who sleeps for 8 hours? Moynat does. Amnestria does not, because you're an Eladrin.
No, I don't.
Mikmick does not, because you're a reborn. Claudiu,
I will pretend to sleep for 8 hours.
Let's go with the person who naturally sleeps for 8 hours, then.
That's Moynat. That's
okay.
me.
We will start with you. Let me just bring our lovely music down to a little bit of a different situation. Okay. Yeah, here we go.
How many slots do I get now? 5, right?
You will have 5 spells, and I believe you'll have 3 slots at level 2. So,
okay.
Yeah, so here we go. So here's what happens. As the 4 of you rest your eyes, convalesce, what have you, each of you dreams these dreams, unfortunately, are not very pleasant. Why not? Your dream is from a first person's perspective. You are the person in this dream. You look down and you no longer have the scaly skin that you were used to. You now have a long and flowing dress. Sort of poofy, actually. And you're obviously, you are not this person. And you look up and the house is not there anymore. In fact, there is a magnificent stone castle in its place, still with that very tall and imposing turreted tower attached to it. And you look, and you see that there is a group of people that are all clustered around the front of the castle. This group is probably maybe about half a dozen in number. And you see that at the front of this group is a rather imposing and tall-looking woman with curly brown hair. And as you move towards this group of people, some of who are dressed like you, almost aristocratic, and some of whom who have who are more warlike and are loaded to bear with swords and various types of arms. You see the looks on their faces, and they are exhausted. Their eyes are bleary. Their faces are drawn. They have the look of the dead and are still yet alive. And the only person who has any seeming vigor in them is this woman at the front. And she screams with all of her might up towards the top of this castle. And she says, "Dark Dreadzog! Come out! Come out and face your doom!" And you look at the top turreted area of the castle, and a single solitary figure walks along the parapet. And the figure is very difficult to make out, but it is enormous. And you see that it is wearing some kind of armor and a helmet. The armor is spiked and very rough in appearance, and the helmet is shaped like that of an enormous human skull that encloses this person's visage. And a voice emanates from out of this person standing atop the castle, and this voice is hollow and low. And he says down at this person, this woman, below him, he says, "You've come too late, Mara. I'd love to have you here by my side, along with all of your little friends. Do enter my house, won't you? For it is now my house. My castle." And she screams into the night. And the scream is so high-pitched and shrill that your song merges with it. And you hear your voice screaming along with it, as if you are screaming and singing. And then everything turns to red in your vision. Please roll a d6.
Is anyone in this dream wearing armor that looks like what we found in the top of the tower?
Yes. The woman is.
Okay. I rolled a 5.
Okay. We'll get back to you soon. Amnestria. In the 4 hours that it takes for you to reach some semblance of rest, you as well have a dream. You see yourself dressed in heavy, laden armor, gauntlets on your hands, boots with metal encasings, a coif of chainmail over your head, and you are equipped with a variety of armaments, swords, daggers. You feel the weight of a heavy steel shield on your back, and you are marching through a muck-laden forest with others of your kind. They are all exhausted looking and tired. One of them falls into the muck, and one of the others sort of struggles to pick him up, and you hear from the front, "Leave him! He's worthless. If you can't make it, just leave him behind." And you look down at this figure who's fallen into the mud face first, and he's slowly trying to pull himself out. And you see his face is just coated in this brown muck. And he reaches up towards you, his hand trembling. And then his eyes go blank and his entire body goes limp. And you look at this ragtag group of soldiers and the direction that they're marching. They're marching along this road towards a hill, and on top of that hill is this ominous and rather foreboding-looking castle with a very familiar-looking turreted tower imposingly set into the side of it. And I'd like you as well to roll a d6. Okay. We'll come back to you in a second. Claudiu. You...
Matt?
Yes.
I'm going to text you something.
Oh boy. You're going to text me something? Text me or message me?
Message
On Discord.
Discord.
Okay. Okay. I don't know. That's a really interesting point. I'm going to go ahead and say that in this place, things are slightly different.
You could call it a vision. Okay.
I love that. It is a vision. Yeah, this is something that you're not used to. Which is that, as opposed to the people who've come before, you are not placed into the bodies or perhaps the vision, the point of view of one of these people, that you are actually sort of almost as if you see or feel yourself, although you can't really see your hands or the rest of your body. You just feel yourself floating in the mist. And then the mist clears, and you see this castle, just as the others have. This castle, you are floating above it, so that you have a bird's eye point of view, perhaps. One that you're able to see a figure standing atop the highest point in the castle, atop the tower. And you're able to see in through the slats in the roof. And this person in the tower is a woman. A very beautiful woman, but one that her beauty is torn asunder by the just absolute pure rage that inhabits her frame. She is howling with rage and pain and anguish into the night. And she gets on her knees in this tower, and she literally, with her own strength, rips her chainmail. And you just see a little clink, 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 clink as the actual chainmail just is torn by her very force. And then shadows seep through the floor of this tower and surrounds her in this sort of black and crimson aura. And then your vision fades as well. Please roll a d6. Oh my goodness, everybody's rolling different numbers. I love this.
I was going to say all different numbers.
This is great. I love it. And last but not
What
least...
kind of fucked up shit is going to happen?
We shall see. Certainly at this point, 3 different types of fucked up shit. Mikmick, during your 4 hours of transient consciousness, you... It's a very strange experience because you are no longer 3.5 feet tall. You are 5 and change. 5.5, 5 3/4 feet tall. The size of the rest of these non-small people, shall we say. Some taller than others. And you look down and you are dressed in a very finely tailored suit with a sort of a poofy cravat. And you pick yourself up the floor and you realize that you are in a very tight space. You sort of press up against a wall and you're normally... Wait, did you... At one point you feel like maybe you could have seen better, but now all you can sort of see is darkness, and you put your hands up against the walls around you that are just literally like a foot from your position, and there is a small, maybe 2 or 3 inch hole, and you're able to see through it. And in the space that you see through this hole, there is a woman, and she is dressed in armor with a sunburst insignia in the middle of it, with rents and tears in her cloak and holes in her armor as if she's been in a great battle. And she is covered in blood. And the look in her eyes suggests the look of someone who has been driven to something horrific and extreme. And her eyes meet yours as you look through this hole. And she takes something from the ground and lifts it to your eye view. And it is a 4 inch or 3 or 4 inch stone. And she shoves it into the hole that you were looking through. And you just hear as if something is being scraped over this stone. And all light in this space goes out. And that's when you begin to scream. I would like you as well, Mikmick, to roll a d6.
Ooh.
A 6.
6.
So let's see. We have a 5, a 2, a 3, and a 6. I love it. No dupes. Okay.
We're all gonna go crazy in different ways, Funs.
Let's start with Moynat. Moynat, your dream, or I should say nightmare, slowly ends. And you sit up in a cold sweat. But you are not downstairs with the rest of your compatriots at all. You are, however, and I will bring you to where you are in 1 second as I remember where it is that you were. It is daytime, though. That is the good news. When you
Am I
wake.
still naked?
You are.
And do I have any of my gear?
You do.
Okay.
It's next to you, but you're no longer downstairs in the parlor.
Okay.
So you and all your stuff moved with you?
Certainly seems so. However, that may have come to be. Give me 1 second just to do a little bit of behind-the-scenes stuff here. And here. And Muadnhait is there. And I will move Muadnhait to that particular area. So, Muadnhait, you awaken.
Oh shit.
You awaken. Strangely enough, although I can't show everybody in different places, you awaken upstairs in the office that you remembered going into the night before. And you are, hold on for 1 sec. Let me tell you exactly what happened. There we go. Yeah, you are standing actually behind the desk. And all of the papers that you had sort of rifled through the night before are all in neat piles. And you were alone. Let's go now to our next person, who is Amnestria. Amnestria, you rolled a 2. You are as well no longer downstairs. I will bring you to where you are. This might be a little disturbing. Okay.
Here.
But hey, it's par for the course, right? Amnestria, you are there. You, however, awaken, and you are in the tub of the master bathroom.
Oh, shit.
This is foreboding as shit. I'm not saying anything, but you wake up, you're in the tub, and you're like, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. You look towards the mirror, and the mirror is smeared with blood. But it's not just smeared with blood, it is written. There's something written on the mirror. And it says in the mirror, Bloody Mara, 3 times. Claudiu, let's see where you end up. Okay. Claudiu, you got a 3. Oh, this is fan-goddamn-tastic. Claudiu, you're also no longer here in the parlor.
How do I feeling that all the dice just...
This is wonderful. I love this. You find when your eyes open that you are no longer in that sort of warm parlor area, that you're cold. And you look down and you're sort of on a stone floor. And you find that you are actually in a very sort of cold, damp space. You look up, you see that there are rows and rows of old wine bottles.
No way.
I shit you not.
I was in the middle of typing this when you said it.
I shit you not.
Oh. Oh,
Perfect. Well,
Oh,
we're not getting Claudia back.
So-
never mind that he wasn't. Never mind that he actually wasn't sleeping, and somehow somebody moved him.
It's cool.
He
It's cool.
forgot all about that.
It's
He
so
forgot
good.
all,
I'm gonna
all
move-
about that. Is forgotten.
I'm gonna move you. I'm gonna move you. So hold on 1 second. Okay. There you
Spirits, I
are.
have listened.
This is gonna be so fun for me as a DM because you guys are all over the goddamn place. Hold on, Alex.
You wrote this campaign.
I did. Well, I kind of sort of did. Anyway, so there is, there you are, Claudiu. You look, you see, I will describe to you the room, since this is a room that none of you guys have actually been in yet. This is, in fact, this is the cellar. You find, oh God, this is really bad, that you are in a room where the stone walls are relatively cold to the touch, probably to keep the wine chilled to near perfection. And the earthen floor creates the ideal humidity for the mushrooms growing along the wall. Sorry, Sarah. Sorry, Sarah. It's written.
Okay, it's okay.
written. It's as
okay.
written.
It's okay. It's fine.
Um,
I'm not there.
no,
At least
you're
I didn't wake up there.
You are. Hey, there are some pleasantries to that. Claudio, you notice that as you sort of sit up and look around, you see that one of these. That there are several wine casks. They're about 8 feet tall. And one of the casks has burst, either from old age or from some other influence, covering the stone in crimson stains.
Crimson stains. Does it? Okay. Does it smell like wine?
You can make a perception check.
I mean, I would know this by just touching.
Make it with advantage.
Sure. I mean,
Hard to tell sometimes.
oh come on.
Does it smell like wine? It may smell like vinegar. Who knows?
No.
Yeah, it smells like the semblances of wine, perhaps.
I taste it.
You sort of take your fingers and drag it along the floor, put it into your mouth. It tastes like old wine
Tastes like
and
old wine.
dust.
Not that he would know the taste of wine anyway.
Of course not.
But like he would know the taste of the other thing. So
Yes.
It's not the crimson thing.
Fair, exactly.
Okay.
Claudiu, and as you sort of like take your fingers and put it towards your mouth, you hear something in the corners of the room. You hear like noises of cats, small cats,
Multiple cats?
multiple cats.
1 second, kittens. I really must, acquire some of these bottles.
Okay.
I will see to you in a second. And I am looking for an aged wine.
You scope through the wines. Let's go to our fourth awakener, and that is Mikmick. Mikmick, you rolled a 6. All right. Here we go. You.
Where am I now?
Oh, this is good. This is cool. Okay. As the day dawns, you find yourself as well no longer in the parlor. You find yourself, as I grab you from there, you feel something warm and sort of soft over your face. And you sort of touch it, and you feel it. It's sort of like it has this sort of mildewy smell, and it's heavy. You sort of like push against it, and it feels like fabric. And you're laying flat in a position that it sort of like makes your back sort of curl up a little bit, and you realize that you're in a bed. and you push the covers down over your face, and you look at your hand, and the bandages have come off of your hand. And you look at your hand, and there are a number of very strange metallic cylinders and gears and pistons instead of fingers, all covered by a sort of brass covering over your wrist and extending down over your forearm. And as you look towards your hand, you notice out of the corner of your eye that there's another figure in the room with you. It is a dark, cloaked shape that is just now exiting this room. But he is not exiting the room by opening the door. He's exiting the room by walking through the door. And you sort of reach out your hand, but by that time, it is gone. And you are now left with a strange gift. Possibly. So, the three of you are all, or I should say the four of you are all in different places than where you last were the day before. But you have all taken a long rest, and successfully so. And in doing so have leveled up to level 2.
How much health would we get back, Matt?
You would go all the way up to your maximum.
Oh, awesome.
And to whatever your max new HP is.
Correct. I will change the scenery now to your new places. I'm not going to be able to sort of switch back and forth because that's kind of obnoxious, but I'm just going to put all of you guys on one map, I guess. Except for Alex, who's down in the basement. So Alex, I'm going to leave you there, but the other three are here, and I'll just put you in vision of what they can see. Make sense? And we'll get back to you in a minute.
Yeah, no problem.
Cool. All right.
I'm just gonna grab some bottles of wine and eat a cat.
Good choice. Good choice.
Why not? So she can now see light coming in through this balcony window. Without getting dressed first, because fuck it, modesty is for humans. She's gonna open the doors to the balcony and go look outside.
Okay. Very nice. You notice that the rain is no longer heavy, but it is still drizzling. And the mists are still, of course, roiling around this house. You don't see anything outside beyond the mists and the rain, but it is still day. And let me go ahead and open the door for you.
Yeah, if I were to step on the balcony, would I get rained on?
Yeah, you would.
Oh, then she's walking directly outside.
Beautiful.
And standing naked in the rain.
Okay. What's your passive perception there? Why not?
Passive perception is 14.
Okay. As you approach the balustrade, you notice that there's a loop of coiled rope around it that seems to almost sort of be masked by the amount of ivy that has just grown around the entire balcony here. You can see over onto the front porch.
I'm going to take a look at it. Does it look like somebody used it to climb down or to climb up?
So you look down at the rope, and you see that the rope doesn't just sort of loop down and stop. That, in fact, the rope ends in a rather interesting set of, well, it's like a knot, but it has a loop at the bottom of it, under this knot. Not quite sure if you know what that means, considering your history.
Yeah, could I roll something for that to see if I know what that means?
You could make a history check, I say.
Okay,
Probably.
I'll make a history check for that. 13.
So, perhaps in your time and what you were before.
I mean, I've encountered a lot of sailors and a lot of ships.
Ships,
So.
Ships have sailors, and sailors make knots.
Yeah.
This knot is one that they prefer not to use, but you have seen sailors who have mutinied against their captains.
I mean, I'm sure I've found them in the depths.
Yes, indeed, with this around their necks. You can only assume that whoever or whatever was on the other end of this particular rope might have done the same.
Interesting. I'm going to continue my rain bath.
All right. It's wonderful.
Yes, move on to the others.
All right, very good. Mikmick, you wake up. You have a strange device on your hand, or maybe is your hand. You're not quite sure.
Well, I think Mikmick will just spend the first few moments just looking at the hand, just clenching and unclenching it, seeing that it is connected and it does seem to be responding to what he wants it to do. And as he looks down at it, he kind of feels some memories come back about who he was, what he is capable of. And almost like a light goes off in his mind, he thinks and looked over at the axe, I'm assuming is still somewhat close to him.
Yeah, it's under the sheets with you.
He'll pull out the axe and look at it, and it's like, and feel like he can find out more about it. He just needs a pearl or something. Then he remembers.
Keep going. Sorry.
Then he remembers that the comb that Muadnhait got it stuck in her hair also seemed to be almost a pearl kind of design. So he's going to see if he can figure out a way back downstairs to get to that comb.
All right.
So
this is a place you've been to before, so this, is a familiar place.
But he doesn't know where he currently is, so he'll just walk to the door, which I'm assuming is right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And see if he can open it.
Yeah, it opens at
using
your touch.
still using the axe as a kind of makeshift walking stick.
Yeah, sure. You open the door, and it shows you the hallway outside.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
I would say you're probably able to, if you looked left and looked right, you probably would be able to see that the door here to the balcony is open, and that the mists are sort of slowly inching their way in. You probably would also be able to see Muadnhait as well from where position.
Yeah. So
may or may not be able to tell I'm naked because so much hair.
So much hair.
This is second floor, right?
Yes, you're on the second floor.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just thinking, are we on the second floor or third floor or what? Yeah.
Second floor.
Second floor. So I've already been here.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll head back up to the bedroom upstairs, and
okay. As you walk past the bedroom, clunk, 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 Amnestria, you hear outside this bathroom the sound of someone walking with a heavy clunk sound past the door.
Amnestria is still in the bathtub, so she is going to just scurry herself out and just... She is going to say quite a lot of things that I can't repeat. So she is not happy.
Expletive. Insert expletive here.
So
It's an NC-17 stream. You can say it if you want to.
you can say whatever the fuck you want. It's totally good. We'll make you a cursor if I have my way. It's fine. If you don't want to, that's okay
great.
too.
Oh no.
I was gonna say, I'm like, have we seen the way that you do art? Anyway, so yeah, Amnestria, though, I am gonna say, based on the fact of what you've just experienced, that you take a stress point. This is the first time we've used this mechanic. So this is, you've been exposed to one of your seeds of fear. And what does that mean? It means that you take a point of stress when you are exposed to certain items. And yes, we found a way of digging the stress points into D&D. Yay! Stress is unfortunately not a good thing. It's never a good thing. It doesn't give you a bonus like it does in Alien, unfortunately. In fact, it does the opposite. It gives you a penalty. Stress points, from what I remember in our discussion, gives you a -1 penalty to attack rolls, saving throws, and ability checks.
So it's kind of like exhaustion level 1.
To some degree, yes. Yes, it is. And it's cumulative unless you do something to relieve yourself of stress in some way. We can get into that later. Usually a good night's sleep will do that. But waking up in this place, with that, and the things that you have going on, and mirrors, yeah, that's no bueno.
No.
Question: if Amnestria is cussing in the bathroom, would a passive perception of 13 have Mikmick be able to hear that?
I don't know, Amnestria, how loud are you hitting those curse birds?
Pretty loud.
Okay, then I would say Mikmick. Yeah, you hear her, and she hears you.
Okay, so in this case, Mikmick is just gonna go back to the door where he remembers that the bathroom is, because he was in there with Amnestria. Oh, not.
Amnestria never went in the bathroom.
Yeah, he was in there with Muadnhait, so he knows that this door right here leads to the bathroom. And he'll just knock on the door. And
how
he'll
covered
say,
is she?
You're still in your clothes from last night.
No, I know, but I mean, like, how covered in this gunk and nastiness is she?
You weren't immersed. That's the great thing. You woke up in the bathtub and you weren't like coated in.
The mud had
stuff.
drained out. There's maybe a tiny film left on
Exactly,
the
but you're still in the the tub.
Yeah. So Mikmick will knock on the door and just say, "Amnestria, is that you in there?"
Why am I here? Who did this? It's just she's taken off her cloak at this point. She just kind of like hid it off, like trying to just brush it off. Like, this is not funny. I don't appreciate this. And I don't appreciate that. And she's going to take out a dagger from her belt and little point at the mirror with the was it Bloody
Mara?
What was it? Bloody Mara, thank you.
Okay. Mikmick, what do you do?
Mikmick will say, "Are you decent in there? Can I come in?"
Yes, I'm wearing clothes.
So the door is blocked on my screen. So
yeah, all you have to say is, "Can I come in?"
Door, please.
Yes.
Door, please.
1 second here. Make sure I'm on the right map. Yeah. Just take that and delete that door. Poof.
So Mikmick will just step in and see that Amnestria seems to be in a state, and he'll just say, "You're all right. It seems like you're a little bit on edge. Is it because the mirror in this room again?"
Ed, you think I'm on edge? This between the tub and the mirror and this whole place. She just starts to storm out, and as she does, her hair would turn a different color, and as would her clothing. Once I find that thing.
Yep, right click and choose your token. Oh, she changed it back.
Yeah, actually, it was changed.
Oh, I think I
it's
might have
been
copied
changed.
and pasted. I think I might have copied and pasted the
Yeah.
original
Yeah,
token.
Basically the old one.
Yeah.
Two sides. There we go.
Oh, that's new.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you would see her cloak has now turned red, although it is rather dirty now, and she's really not happy about that. Her eyes have turned a reddish brown color, and her hair is very blonde. And she is really not happy about this.
And as Amnestria storms past, Mikmick will, seeing as he's using his quote unquote good hand to hold the axe, he'll actually grab Amnestria's hand with a what actually feels like a very cold hand, and just say, "This does not seem like your chipper old self. You sure you're okay?" And he's kind of just holding Amnestria's hand in a kind of comforting manner.
She's gonna take a second, try to collect herself, and then she's just gonna take the dagger she's holding and just stab it into the wall nearby. And I will be okay once I find these ghosts and I kill them.
Amnestria,
This bloody Mara.
as you look
Yeah.
at the where you stabbed your dagger into the wall, you see a small trickle of blood come out of the wallpaper and start to leak down the wall.
Tasty.
It's a good thing Claudiu's not there.
Places.
Yeah, no.
Okay. I'm going to stop this little scene here. I gotta
Is
stop.
that a feature of your knife, Amnestria? That it just bleeds everything you stab, or what?
She's the Amnestria wall killer. All right. We're gonna flip to Claudiu because he's been downstairs patiently waiting. Here we go. Let me switch the scene. And let's see. Okay. I will move all of you guys to where Claudiu is, at least the view anyway, so I can rejoin Claudiu to where he is. Can you guys all see this area here?
It looks like we're back in the dining room.
Oh, that's odd. Oh, you know why? Because you guys are still there. Let me just take you guys out from the dining room. Can you guys see any more?
No.
Okay. I will do this then. I will describe to you what it is that Claudiu sees, since our audience can see, but you cannot. Because you guys in different... I know you do. I'm glad you do.
I see.
You see?
I hope you do.
You definitely see. Oh, right. As you say to these kittens, shall we say, which you hear the noises of. You you hear noises behind the wine tuns, the big wine casks. And you can sort of see behind that there's some movement behind the casks.
Is that where the meowing is coming from?
It is, yes.
Interesting. I will collect as many bottles of wine available to carry.
Mm-hmm.
How many is that? Yeah.
Oh my goodness, there are so many. there are at least 24 wine bottles of a varying degree of quality here down in the basement.
I will take 8 wine bottles.
Holy shit.
I will open
one of these things.
Yeah, I'm gonna put them in my backpack.
Okay.
I will open one of them, drink half of the wine bottle.
Okay. My God.
Immediately. Like, just chug it. Then I will head over to where the kittens are.
Okay.
Do I see them?
So, make a perception check, yeah.
Oh, God. Perception check. They're, like, hiding or something? I'm terrible. Right. Well.
Yeah. You don't see anything, but you definitely hear sort of clinking and sort of the shifting of something behind these casks. And the occasional sort of like
It's several cats. Okay, so move one of the casks.
You are going to literally try to pull one of these casks off of its stand.
I'm going to pull it.
Make an athletics check. They're heavy.
Okay, I'm terrible at that.
Oh my God. Not even close. Not even close. You're just like yeah, fuck it.
Here, kitty, kitty. Here, kitty, kitty.
Make an animal handling check. I love it. All these rolls.
And remember, I'm blessed.
You are. I'm surprised you haven't used your bless yet. My goodness.
I'm going to use my bless to turn that into an advantage.
Bless doesn't do that. It rolls a d4.
I will use inspiration.
You can. You can roll
I
it.
love it.
You can roll a d4 to try to make that an 8.
No. Kitty, 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 kitty.
This is great. You say kitty, 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 and you hear soft padding behind you, and you turn.
Oh dear.
And the thing that you see kind of looks like a cat, as it comes out from behind the wine rack. It looks like, well, it looks like this. Oh, that token is too small. I better show you the full-on handout of what it looks like. That's better.
Yes, that looks like my Halloween
That's a
tattoo.
Grimishka.
Yes.
I like awesome.
It is called exactly that. A Grimishka. And it sort of looks at you with these hollow yellow eyes, and almost like it's smiling at you with these razor-sharp needle-like teeth and a tail that's just sort of whipping behind it, and these enormous long ears. And it goes...
Okay. Initiative?
And we're going to roll initiative, but we're going to take a break. And then when we come back...
Is it living? It's alive?
We don't know yet, do we? But we'll have to find out if it stays living/unliving when we return. Are you going to hang out and play with us, Alex?
I can hang out till 12.
Oh, fantastic. We'll make it happen. Let's do a 5-minute break and come back for a little Grimishka action, shall we? Cool. All right.
Awesome.
5-minute break. We'll be back in 5. Thank you, folks. We'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay. Oh, there's Sarah. Awesome. All right. Let's do this.
Let's do this fast.
Okay, so we rolled some initiative, and we've got little gitty kitty Grimishka kitty will be on top of the order with an 18, and Claudiu with a 4.
Oof.
Hey.
Not
Well,
elbow
being a nat one.
anymore.
Yes, definitely not. Okay, so the kitty sort of bares its fangs, and will leap at you and bite at you, Claudiu. And it will attack and get a 15 to hit.
It hits.
We get some basement fight music for this?
Oh, yeah, hex yeah. Let's do it. Basement fight music? Sure. I've got that right under my folder of basement music. Give me one second.
You should.
I should.
This is Ravenloft.
That's true. Basement music? Where's my basement music? Hold on. Let me give you some.
A lot of basements.
There is. How about okay. I've got a decent one. Here we go. This will be kind of cool. Here we go.
There we go.
Little energetic action here.
It hits unless I can use the bless to subtract something.
Unfortunately not. That is the opposite. That is the Bane spell, but you have to cast it on a creature in order for them to be reduced.
Yeah.
So
I do have thank you level 2.
you're absolutely right. So the fangs sink into your flesh. You feel this immense burning pain, and you take 4 piercing. And, surprisingly, for some reason, as this bite sort of sinks in, you feel that your flesh sort of tingles for a second, and you take 2 additional force damage.
Ooh.
Very strange.
I'm down. I'm almost down, dude.
My goodness.
Angry kitty.
Oh my goodness.
All right.
Well, you got your long rest, so you should have been healed up. But
Yeah, you should have full. Well, he's remember the class that he is.
Yeah. Oh yes.
What
Yes.
class is he? I don't even actually know.
He's a wizard.
Oh, okay,
I
yeah.
will
D4
attack
kills
with my rapier. If
All
that's
right.
the end of.
That is the end of its turn. That is correct. Holy shit! What's going on? A 7, unfortunately, will miss. You swing your sword through the air. It whistles through the air
Okay.
and misses.
Okay. Attack, dude. Let's do it.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, the cat sort of like gets down on its haunches and just like springs at you again, and with a bite. That's also a 7, surprisingly. So that will also miss, and sort of like you sort of parry it away, and it lands on the shelf and just stays there hunched.
See if my bite works.
Oh my goodness!
Running away is always an option.
Running away is always an option.
And bite.
Oh my god!
Nice.
So tell me what that looks like, because this is the first time we've seen you do that.
So Claudio's really pissed off that this creature bit him, and he hates what he is. He doesn't really understand quite what he is, but that's a long story. He gets so pissed that he's just like, "You bite? I bite too." He nibbles on her and he heals 2 points of damage.
Very nice. Oh my goodness.
Nice.
All right, so that 2 damage to the Grumishka kitty. And you heal up to 8. Awesome. Okay. The cat does not like being bitten. It sort of recoils at your malicious attack. And
I hiss back.
it's a tale of 2 kitties. Oh my god.
It's a bite off.
Did you see what I did that? Did you see what I did, folks? I'm the
I heard it.
Thank-
I heard it.
It's a tale of 2 kitties.
I heard it.
It's a bite off.
Yeah, it's a bite off. Yes. Okay. All right, here we go. Cat time. Or Grumishka time, whatever you want to call it. All right. The cat, Grumishka, leaps at you again with a bite. With a 12.
That will miss.
Oh my gosh! A wizard with a higher AC than a 12. Who knew?
Magic is this?
Magic. All right. Yeah, it sort of bounces off your rapier as you immediately bring it in to stop this thing, and you just see it like scraping and scrabbling for you.
And now I will attack it with my rapier.
All right. Jeebus.
17 to hit.
Nice.
17 will hit. And you do 6 piercing damage, yeah. You drive the rapier into its side. It wails in torment. And does not die.
Oh,
Good.
God. I'm in trouble.
It has more hit points than a cat.
Well, Who knows? Okay. It is now the Grimishka's turn. The Grimishka is looking very, very bad at this point. Like, it's got this sort of dribbling of purplish red ooze coming out of its side, and will attempt to bite you again with its needle-like teeth. And gets a 13 to hit.
That hits.
Oh, dear. Oh, God. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Here we go. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. That
Oh,
is...
I
I'm out. I'm
didn't
out.
I think what's happened is, unfortunately, that 6 piercing damage plus 4 force damage.
Yeah, I'm out.
Oh no! The cat has driven our friend Claudiu and has knocked him out. After you have gone down and fall unconscious, the Grimishka kitty, who sort of like licks its wounds, just looks back at you, goes, and then slinks into the shadows of the wine cellar.
It's not a chaotic evil kitty. It's not going to keep attacking you, so that's good at least.
This is true.
But now it's death save time.
But now it's death saves time. So let's see if Claudiu, who is just on the verge of perhaps death, Claudiu, go ahead and roll your death saving throws. That's 1 failure.
Oh, Jesus.
That's 2
Oh, Jesus.
failures. Oh no! 3 strikes. Bam, bam, bam.
Claudiu's dead.
Now here's the thing. Okay, sorry, I've got something for this. Oh my god. 3 fucking
Dice didn't like you today.
death saves. Bam, bam,
Coming back
bam.
with a ghost? Oh my god.
Okay, so here is what occurs. First of all, let me remove our energetic music.
It makes sense he does it in the wine cellar.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it totally does.
Of all the places to die,
Of all the places to die.
the wine cellar is the place. Claudiu, your vision fades into nothingness, and you feel the grasp of something that maybe in your heart of hearts you've wanted for a very long time. And that is the release of death. I'd like you to please roll a d20 for me.
I mean, what's the point? It's going to be a 6.
It's like you're getting that 20.
It
It's
has
like,
got
what?
a lot of 6s. This is true.
Oh, I thought that.
Nine.
There we go, 19. Oh, okay.
Okay. Let me do this here. Find it. Yes, here it is. All right. I've got a special handout for those who have fallen. Or I shouldn't say a handout, but a certain thing. Okay. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. I love it. Okay. Claudiu. When your vision goes dark and you no longer even hear the rain pattering down on the walls of this house, and realize that you don't even hear the wind anymore. All you hear is the undulation of some unknown force that takes, almost as if it sees you, and you feel its presence, and you know it's there. And you are able to rise. You're able to stand up. But you're no longer in the basement of this house, at least that you're aware anyway. You are surrounded by this thick mist in every direction. And you look around, unable to see where you are. And are aware now not only of the mist, but of presences within this mist. They are large and humanoid shaped, and they look at you with hungry, glowing red eyes. You are free to interact as you'd like.
Matt, could you check Discord real quick?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure.
I know.
Now's perfect.
So Claudio's entire intention for walking into the mist was sort of to die. So in a way, this is kind of it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, you know, in a sense, because he intentionally walked into the mist, you know, thinking that that's exactly what happens to people that walk into the mist. So in a way, he's happy. It's a happiness he's been trying to fill for a long time that unfortunately doesn't get filled by drinking wine or liquor. So what does he do in this situation? He looks over at the creatures and he's like, am I dead? Am I actually dead?
From the mists, you hear a voice. And the voice comes from a single one of these tall figures. And it steps out of the mists towards you. And this figure is dressed in a very fine suit. The individual in this suit is tall and has very sharp, defined features. And although its eyes are no longer glowing red, they are intense and focused upon you. And it is male, as defined by its outward appearance at least, and has a long, sort of curving mustache. And the voice that is emitted from this figure is deep.
Does he look like, sorry to interrupt, does he look like the one that did the thing?
No, strangely enough.
Okay. He wouldn't. Yeah.
No, he wouldn't. And that figure reaches out his hand towards you, and you see that his fingernails are long and sharp. And he has extremely pale skin, almost translucent. And he says, Claudiu, Ionescu. You, I have watched for many years. His accent is thick. It's old, Barovian. Very, very easily identified. And he smiles and he says, I am someone who has taken great interest in your well-being.
I am so confused right now. Am I dead?
Not truly. You are something more. Or, at least, can become something more. All you need to do is take my hand.
But I've been drunk for the past 4 years.
You have been unwilling to accept your true nature. I am here to accelerate that.
I give him my hand.
His grip is cold and hard. Iron. And he takes your hand and draws you as if you were a child's plaything into him. And you see now that he's tall. He's very tall, 6.5, almost 7 feet tall. But these eyes, there's something familiar about them. You're not quite sure what. And he looks down at you, Claudiu, and he says, "It is time for you to awaken." And he opens his mouth, and his incisors grow long and sharp. And he digs his mouth into your wrist, and blood begins to fountain out. It's painful. Probably more pain than you felt in years. And you feel your spiritual consciousness begin to ebb. And everything begins to turn black. Your hearing begins to fade. Your vision begins to fade. And just at that last moment, where your essence is about to fade into nothingness, you feel something cold and hard press up against your mouth. And you hear it just faintly in your ears. The thump thump, thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. The beating of the call. And instinctively, your own teeth extend and pierce this cold, dark flesh. And this liquid pours down your throat and into your essence. And all around you, these figures that have been witness to this ritual begin to softly laugh. And you open your eyes, and you look up at this figure. And again, the dark eyes stare into you. And you gain full recognition of who it is that you have just made a very important pact with.
Stradvan Zarovich?
We'll have to find out another time. But you sit up on the basement of the floor of the House of Lament.
Oh, wait, I'm up?
With 1 hit
In the
point.
house?
You are alive. With 1 hit point. But your
Probably say
entire
not
face
really
is just
alive.
coated with blood. From the chin down. Just staining your shirt.
Oh, this is not good.
And that's where we're going to leave you. So you can make your exit if you so desire for tonight. We'll catch you next week.
All right, folks.
All right,
That was
Alex.
Good night, Alex.
Good night.
Guys,
Sweet
later.
dreams, brother. Yes, as Iron Wolf says, you are so thirsty.
Yeah. Hopefully I can find the rest of my cats.
We shall see. All right, let me adjust the zooms here, folks, and we'll come on back. Let me give us a minute or two break just to bring everybody back into focus, and we'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, folks? We'll see you in 2. right, we're back.
Do I get
Meanwhile,
this minor Taroka since
upstairs,
I'm now without one?
and yes, we have a couple of redemptions. I was waiting for that amazingly well done scene. Thank you, Alex. We'll see you next week. To finish, before we could go ahead and get with some redemptions that came in from chat, looks like we've got a high Taroka, the Dark Powers Speak redemption. Just going through them all. It's fantastic. Yep, from Iron Wolf, because he wants to use all of his points. It's fantastic.
He's got so many.
I know.
Got so many.
Hey, listen.
And he
We
keeps
love
making
you.
more.
We love you.
Some of them are great. Some of them, interesting. Okay, and then of course, Tempt the Fates, a common Taroka drawing for our friend Muadnhait, who has not yet gotten one. So let's do that one. We'll do common, and then we'll do the high deck. Okay. So let's do
As
that.
I dance naked in the rain on the balcony, which is what I'm doing. She's doing a slow dance and humming to herself on the balcony in the rain.
All right, let's hope you don't get one of them that has already been pulled. Here we go. Boom. It is. Ooh, this is a new one. You've not seen this one before. This one is called The Miser.
So you want to pull that card?
Those who are irreversibly happy.
I love the art for this.
Oh, the art is beautiful.
You want to pull that card in actuality, sir?
I will tell you what that means, and I'll sort of weave it into Muadnhait's story here. So let me just go ahead and bring that card back.
Irreversibly unhappy. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so let me just right-click and oh, that's interesting. Sorry, give me 1 second. Oh, that's why. Let me go and recall all. All right. So
actually, I feel like that would be interesting for her story. So from a story standpoint, I would totally take that.
Oh, all right. You don't even know what it does.
Well, tell us what it does.
I will tell you. Here we go. The Miser. Let's see here. The Miser. Oh. This is great. This is cool. I like this. So you're standing out in the rain. Let's see if I can figure a way of doing this. You're standing out in the rain, and the water is rushing down onto your face.
I'm kind of dancing and humming to myself in my own little world.
Yeah. Do you have the deed?
I have nothing. I'm naked.
Where was the deed?
The deed would be with the rest of my gear right inside the house.
Okay. You feel this overwhelming desire to make this place your own. That this house should belong to you. And if not you, then no one at all. Do you choose this path?
That's interesting, because the second part of that rings really true. The first part, not so much. Muadnhait has absolutely no desire for a place on land, but the idea that it should belong to no one. Yeah, that she likes.
So?
She wants it underwater. Then she would love it.
Sink the house.
Or she just... or, well, no, there's like... Actually, I'm just like... I'm playing through my mind with Muadnhait character stuff, and I'm like, yeah, actually... It depends on how I can bend this, because just the idea of this house should belong to no one is very solid. So yeah, I'm going to take it.
All right. Excellent. We'll get to that in a bit. All right. And then the high Taroka deck. The Dark Powers Speak. Here we go. Let's hide our common and bring out our high deck. And here we go. Let's see what comes of the single high Taroka deck pull. And that is a new card, obviously.
Oh, Jesus.
That's called the Broken One.
Ho, ho, ho! I just did
That
the
is
hover text on that, and it was
badass.
not pretty.
Please.
Question: How do you see the hover text?
You just move your mouse over the card.
When it's not big, when it's just the little one on the board, you can just hover your mouse
If
over
you
it
can
and
see
it'll
it
give
on
the
the
hover
board.
text.
Mm-hmm.
But
You have to
Okay.
you have to close the expanded view.
Yep. If you close
And then you
the
can see it.
close the modal, and then
I
it
don't-
turns into just the card.
And you have to actually see it on the
I don't
map.
see it though.
Oh,
Yeah, 'cause-
probably because you're.
dynamic
Oh,
layer.
because you're not in the room. It's
Yeah.
on the deck where I am.
If
right
you
now.
scroll
Speech
down all
failure
the
is
way down to where Moynot is,
Yeah.
you should be able to
He
see.
probably
him.
doesn't have my vision though, so she wouldn't.
Yeah,
be
we
able
don't
Oh,
have
that's
the
a good
vision,
there's
point.
we
nothing
can't
down there.
That could be
stop.
why. Yeah, that you're too far away. I will tell you what the broken one means. It means
The hover. I'll tell you.
Yeah,
The hover
please.
text on the broken. The hover text on the broken one says defeat, failure, and despair. The loss of something or someone important without which one feels incomplete.
now I get to consult my little table. And let's.
I was like, Moynat already has that going on, so this is nothing new.
well, this is for everybody. Here we go.
Yes.
Let's see what comes of the broken one. Oh no.
Oh Jesus.
Oh no. Okay.
Doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't.
And I can do this anytime.
Hmm.
Well, I'm not gonna bring Alex into this because he's gotten his bell rung tonight. So
In more than one ways.
So I'm going to ask. Well, I'm just going to roll a d3,
Hey, have fun with that.
and this is for the record. 1 is Moynot, 2 is Mikmick, and 3 is Amnestria.
Amnestria.
How odd that the Amnestria pick is the one with a broken mirror. Man, this is creepy as shit, folks.
I
Well,
know.
considering and she broke the mirror as well.
No, I didn't.
God.
thought you threw
Why
your
do you
knife at
think I use my tarot deck all the time in Call of Cthulhu? Because the cards know, man. The
This
cards
is some
know.
creepy shit, folks. This is some creepy shit. Okay, that's fine. This is 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 me as a DM with
in the
everything on
room with
fire.
everyone on fire?
This is fine. This is fine.
What does the broken one mean? You haven't told us yet.
I'll choose to do this right now. Amnestria, please roll a d100.
D100.
Yep.
46.
I sure hope that's not damaged.
Okay. 46, huh? Give me 1 second to consult yet another table.
There's tables within tables within tables.
Tableception. Also, it's okay, Aaron. That's what I'm here for. I'm here for fun. Crazy shenanigans.
You guys in chat are seeing what table I'm looking at here. Yeah.
That doesn't sound good, though.
Here we go. One down. Here we go. Amnestria, I'm going to message you something.
Okay.
And this is going to be something that is going to be added to your personality, shall we say. As the effects of this place and of the stress and fear that you feel are beginning to take their toll and affecting you by changing your very personality. You're going to add this to one of your flaws. And if you don't have any flaws, great. This is now your main flaw. For real. If you do have flaws, this supersedes all of them.
All right. Are you messaging me on
Becomes the
Discord
most
or?
important.
I'm going to message you on on Discord. Actually, that's appropriate.
All right.
Here you go.
Hey!
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh
So-
I
dear,
don't even know
indeed.
what it is, and I'm just
So-
saying, oh dear.
That is now a flaw of yours, Amnestria. It is indefinite in nature.
And you said it overwrites any flaws I have?
Correct.
Oh, curses.
Meaning
That's okay.
that the flaws that you have are still resident within you, but this supersedes them. Right? So this is the number one.
This one's
flaw.
more important.
Exactly.
So if
Fair
this one is in
enough.
conflict with anything else, this one supersedes it.
Correct.
Yeah. Takes precedence.
I will add that to my list.
Beautiful things. Thank you so much. All right. So well done, point spenders.
I'm off.
You've just changed the very nature of a character. Well done.
I'm still dancing in the rain.
You are dancing in the rain. This
Well,
is
I'm
actually-
humming
your house.
quietly to myself. No, this is going. No, I'm humming quietly to myself because I know this is going to be no one's house.
That's true. That's very true.
That is specifically how I've chosen to take that. If it can't be mine, it will be no one's, and I don't want it.
Fantastic.
So,
Okay.
this house will be no one's.
Okay. All right. Moynat, you're in the rain. Meanwhile, a very stressed out and very sort of maybe staring a little bit Amnestria, and whose hair has changed into a blonde and whose clothes have morphed into something sort of slowly or perhaps slightly altered in hue. And Mikmick, who's in the bathroom.
Who has no history. I was just thinking, Mikmick hasn't gone downstairs, gone down south to see where Moynat is, but I'm thinking that Moynat probably would still be in bed, and basically, since this is basically when Mikmick and Amnestria have both woken up after their 4 hours. Well, and Moynat still needs the 8, so this is about 4-hour mark.
Yeah.
So
Oh, so we're determining that I'm not awake yet.
yeah, not awake yet. Basically,
Okay.
I like the plan.
Yeah.
We are
Good
not
idea.
yet where I have woken up and
Exactly.
and decided to go dance in the rain. That's cool.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
fine with
why
that.
I'm not gone down there
That's
yet.
fine. No, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. Just an FYI.
Makes sense. Do what you got to do. Nothing getting angry here.
So, after trying to calm down Amnestria as best he can, and probably failing because he's not that good at trying to calm people down because he's got a -1 to charisma. So he's probably not that good at calming people down. May in fact make it worse. He'll continue moving up to the, I'm guessing would be the king bedroom to grab that comb.
Sure. Yep.
So I'll just move my token up there.
Yeah, go for it.
And can I please have an open door?
You may, since you said please.
Matt, I'm gonna message you something on Discord.
Oh, joy. I like when people message me in Discord. There you go. Your door has been opened.
Okay. Thank you. And Mikmick will go in and grab the comb.
All right. The comb is now yours.
Yes. And the comb is essentially a pearl, right?
It has a
you can
mother of
count it,
pearl. Yeah, you can count it as a pearl. Yeah, I'm going to count the material because it is pearl as the same as you would use it for if it were pearl or a pearl.
I mean,
should say.
mother of pearl technically comes from the inside of the shell, but okay.
I can't wave it. Where are you going to
I
find a
assume
pearl
he
around
wants-
here?
I assume he wants to identify things. So
He does. He definitely does.
Yes. So he'll hold the comb in one hand and the axe in the other hand, and he'll start casting Identify to identify the axe.
Okay. When you cast, are you going to do this as a ritual? Or are you going to do this?
Oh, what's the
bore?
difference this first time playing
Ritual
spellcaster?
doesn't expend a spell slot, but it takes 10 minutes.
Exactly.
Well, I think I'll probably cast it as a ritual.
Fantastic.
Because
All right. So you sit down, you start to sort of calm yourself, and your hand begins to sort of make these weird sort of whirring and clicking noises. You realize that you should, like, you look at your hand, and like a little compartment opens on the back of your hand. Like, zzz. You're like, what the hell? And somehow instinctively, you know to deposit the pearl-handled comb into this little slot. Which you do. And when you do so, the slot closes. And then your hand begins to sort of like thrum. You see here little gears and pistons turning in your hand. And you begin to sort of, in your mind, see visions of what it is that this axe is all about. So I'll give you the flavor, and then I'll give you the mechanics.
Okay.
Here's the flavor. Unless, of course, Amnestria and Muadnhait, you're doing something during these 10 minutes that you'd like to tell me.
I am dancing in the I actually know at this point I'm apparently still asleep.
Yes.
Okay.
So
Technically still asleep, but yeah.
technically still asleep. Have not yet started my rain dance.
Fair enough. Amnestria, you've watched Mikmick go into the bathroom. Oh, sorry, the bedroom.
Yes, I did send you a message. I just wanted to hopefully get an idea
there we go.
first.
Message. Here we go. Yeah, it would. That's the strange and funny and
Be right back.
quite interesting thing. Oh.
Love it. Okay.
Yeah. That, so take it as gospel. That's, yeah. The answer is yes.
Awesome. So she is not even going to notice Mikmick leaving. She just, for a moment, she's been stabbing this wall multiple times, and I imagine it's getting quite bloody at this point with her dagger of wall stabbing, I guess.
Yeah.
Anyway,
special magic.
So,
item,
yeah, exactly. So she's been at this, for at least a few seconds. Mikmick's to the left. She just suddenly pauses and just wonders why she's even bothered doing any of this. What's the point? It's just like, it just doesn't seem to matter. And she just drops the dagger on the floor and then just walks away. Down the hall.
Roger that. Okay.
Yeah, she's just gonna go wander back the other way where the parlor is, I guess.
Okay.
Not quite to the parlor, but at least kind of just wander.
Yeah, just wander in the halls. Beautiful
Yeah.
hall. Very interesting looking floors. I don't think you've
Like
gone
rubbing a
this.
finger along the wall.
Yeah, I don't think you've actually
Do we
gone
have-
this way before. To be honest, you came up the stairs.
Yeah, this. Yeah, the stairs are down this way, aren't they?
Yes, they are. In fact, a little further south of your position. There's a door there, by the way, directly to your right. I don't know if you opened it. If you want to open it, it's up to you.
Yeah. No. She just.
Doesn't open.
She's just gonna pace up and down this hallway
Love it.
for the next few minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Muadnhait, I think at this point in time, you've probably, since Amnestria has moved out of your line of sight, Mikmick is in his room doing his 10-minute ritual. That would be the point, I think. Yeah.
Now I'm awake, and I
Mhm.
have made my way onto the porch. I've seen the rope.
Yep.
I'm like, well, that's fucking weird.
Yep.
But then also taking a moment out in the rain and in the water and naked, just to be like, be myself for a moment. And I am like, I'm not quite singing. I'm just lightly humming to myself as I begin to dance, just very slowly, you might not even call. I'm just moving. I'm moving amongst the water droplets on the porch.
Love it. Love it.
And humming quietly to myself, just taking a moment to remember who I am or who I was.
How much of what you know? That's a question for you, actually. Why not? How much of what you remember do you consider to be real? And how much of it do you consider? All of it. Okay.
All of it. I have no questions in my own memories.
Okay.
Everything is real.
And you remember your entire existence, of course.
I remember, I mean, as much as one can
Sure.
of 500 something or 300 something years of life.
We haven't really talked about Muadnhait, what she was before, who she was before.
I stuck it in my I thought I put it in my bio.
I do have it in your bio.
It's 300 plus question mark. So I'm over 300 years old.
That's good.
So I remember as much as anyone does.
Okay.
Not every single moment, because obviously that's a long ass time. The important ones have stuck out. I know how I actually at this point I'm not even entirely sure how old I am. I just know it's been more than 300 years.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if you want to reveal this at this point. Does Muadnhait have family?
Not in the traditional sense. She has sisters, because we're all sisters.
Of course.
And sometimes we're together and sometimes we're apart. We are not necessarily together all the time. I was obviously alone when this shit happened to me. But we sort of follow our own intuition. We all follow our own drummers. Sometimes we're all in the same place at once, and sometimes we're not. Sometimes it's one of us, sometimes it's two, sometimes it's 10. It really just kind of depends.
It's a big family.
It is.
Interesting. Thank you for that piece of information. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I think at that point in time, Muadnhait, that you sort of definitely not salinated yourself, but definitely moisturized enough.
Yes.
You're free to do whatever you'd like to reacclimate yourselves with your compatriots.
I guess after a certain amount of time, I kind of come back to myself. I realize this water is not the ocean. I was like, oh, right. Things to do. Other people, I suppose. And I'll wander back into the house and I will reluctantly don my armor. I much prefer to be without. Screen. Roll 20. Why are you being weird? Not being weird. Just let me click on my token and move it.
Where did you go? You went right off the screen.
Roll 20 is being super weird.
I moved you back.
Yeah, I know, but every time I click on my token and try and make it go somewhere, it just... Okay, no. What are you doing?
I moved...
Roll 20, what are you doing?
Okay, this is freaking me out now.
Alright, I'm gonna reload roll 20 and see what happens. Like, every time I try and drag my token, it drags the screen instead.
Oh. Did you have it on pan view rather than what's it called?
I think so?
Or did you have it
as a hand or as a cursor?
Yeah.
It was a cursor. Where am I?
Oh my goodness.
All right, now it's working.
Okay.
Okay.
Whew, I am not a superstitious man.
Yeah, that was weird.
But
man.
Sometimes this shit like unnerves even me. When you're like, I don't know what's going on. My computer's acting very strange.
I will come back into the library. I will... Because I guess, like, when I woke up, I saw that my cursory land things were next to me. I just didn't care.
I gotcha.
But I will pull my armor back on and gather my shit and be like, all right, I guess. It is this time to see what my compatriots are up to.
Mm-hmm.
For now, they're all I have, and I'll open the door.
All right, you open the door, and you find yourself in the front of that long hallway once again.
Begin walking down.
Is that wall still bleeding, Matt?
That wall.
The door? Did she close the door to the bathroom? Because now
No.
I only see the bedroom.
No, she did not close the door to the bathroom. It's if you go a little further north, you'll see it.
Oh, it's further north. Okay, there.
Yeah. I'm leaving the doors open just so you guys know where you were, because if I just
But Amnestria is not in the bathroom anymore.
She's definitely not. No.
Kind of looking around.
You look around.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna wander in and look at the bathtub again and be like,
Sure.
ugh.
You pass right by a bleeding spot on the wall. Like the wall itself is like there's a hole in it, and yeah, you like do a double take. You're like, what the fuck? And the wall
like
is
initially,
bleeding.
I'm just drawn to the bathtub. Then I was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
You'd also find her dagger on the ground.
Yeah,
right below
that's true.
it.
Amnestria's dagger is on the floor.
I would pick that up then.
Okay. All right. I'm going to say by this time, our friend Mikmick's ritual has completed. Mikmick, this is what you get from the sort of visions entering your head from whatever kind of magical implement your hand has become. The axe that you hold right now is the axe of someone named Dalk Dranzorg.
The Dope Dranzorg.
Was Amnestria's dagger any fancier than a normal dagger?
The axe is a +1 axe.
Oh, nice.
Excuse me.
That's what you get from Identify.
Would I recognize this dagger I just picked up as
Oh
being
yeah,
Amnestria's dagger?
I think that you've seen it enough for the past day or so. Yeah.
And be like, well, that's strange. So I will pick it up and make my way back out into the hallway.
All right.
Also, this may sound weird, but could I identify the comb? Because it's a spell component, but also a target of the identify.
I mean, it would take another 10 minutes to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
See if it's any special kind of comb, like
Sure.
what kind of enchantment it has on it.
I mean, Identify doesn't just give you the... That's the great thing about it is there's actually kind of a difference between Identify and Legend lore. In fact, let me get out the specific information about Identify, because a lot of people get Identify wrong, and I want to make sure everybody understands what Identify does. First of all,
Identify gives you like the school of magic.
Yeah, if it is a
if
magic
there's any.
item, if it's a magic item, you get to find out all the magic-y shit about it. If it's just a normal everyday item, Identify doesn't really work at all. A lot of people use Identify like the Legend lore spell, which is improper and incorrect, and it pisses me off. It basically says, oh no, it gives you all the history about this particular item, even though it's completely banal and normal. No. However, it also works with people. Identify allows you to touch a creature and find out what spells are on that creature or affecting that creature, which a lot of people don't use at all. And they should.
But that needs to be probably done outside of combat because it's 1 minute casting, right?
Well, that's as a ritual. You can always cast Identify just as a normal spell. It takes an action to do so.
Oh, I thought it was
an
1
action
minute.
for a spell slot or 10 minutes for a ritual.
Exactly.
Okay. Because yeah, it says 1 minute.
Oh, you know what? Let me double check, because it might be you are correct. It might be that Identify cannot be cast in combat because that takes 1 minute to cast.
Yeah.
You are right.
1
It's
minute
not an
cast,
action. It's
and then-
1 minute.
Yeah, and then 10 minutes for a ritual cast.
You are correct.
Yeah. No, okay.
Cool. So it's up to you as to whether or not you want to spend another 10 minutes and
I forget,
identify
do
this comb.
ritual casts still require components?
They do if there's a gold cost to those components.
The same. Okay, so the same as a regular spell.
Exactly,
Okay,
yeah.
I couldn't remember off the top of my head. So I
Yeah,
was
absolutely.
curious.
Yeah.
Yeah, because as I was saying, that one of the spell components is a pearl, and That's why I was using the comb as the spell component.
Well, the identify spell does not consume the pearl.
Correct.
You just
Yeah,
have
exactly.
to have it.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
I feel like in the case of the comb, it would still work.
Yeah, because I was just thinking it was a bit weird that I was using the spell component to identify the spell component.
But since it's a spell component that's not consumed, I feel like that would
Yeah.
actually work.
Yeah,
That's me. That's my
I agree.
yeah.
personal.
I agree.
That's DM discretion.
I like it.
Yeah, that's
so,
what I was just asking.
Amnestria, you're walking up and down the halls. Whether you care or
Yes.
not, you do hear footsteps on the carpeted hallway to your.
I mean, actually, as I'm
north.
walking, I'm just like,
Yeah.
spirits, hello.
Perfect.
Why did you move me upstairs? This is absurd.
They were probably bored.
Oh, hello. And I see Mikmick through this doorway. I hear her voice and see her there. I was like, all right, so I wasn't the only one moved in the night. Well, that's comforting, I suppose. You also notice that Moynat's hair is dripping wet right now. Whether you care or not is up to you.
Amnestria, what are you doing? You just
Oh,
pacing?
sorry, I need a drink.
Oh no, please, by all means.
She is just pacing, but I just need a drink.
Okay.
She's pacing. Mikmick, small one, tiny one. What are you doing?
Well, I think by the time that Moynards comes around,
Yeah.
Mikmick's all identified everything.
Yeah. The comb is just a comb.
Yeah. He as I think you probably overheard Moynard say that that we were all switched around. It's like, I too was switched around. I woke up in bed and my bandages were gone, and he just holds up his old bandaged hand, showing off the new artificial hand, we'll say.
Fascinating. Interesting things men do. Has anyone
But
seen the drunk?
I personally have not, but, well, a part of me thinks that maybe he got moved around to a place where he really enjoys. So he may have found the cellar.
Really enjoys why I woke up in an office.
You don't like doing business?
Not particularly, no. I have very little interest in the artifices of men.
Though that being said, I think
That makes two of us.
I think maybe yourself and Amnestria may have been put in the other places. Like, I think I found Amnestria in the bathroom.
And
We were all somewhat close to each other then.
except the drunk one.
Yes. Well, I think we should try and find that
No,
drunk one.
I do believe you are correct. This is most odd.
Because at the risk of sounding like him, I feel like I need some alcohol.
Land dwellers are so strange. Well then. Might as well go and try and find the drunk. Let's go ask downstairs if they've seen where he's gone.
Do we have to?
I'm sorry. No, we don't. But to
We
be
don't
honest, I want to finish
any-
this job and get paid and get out of this house so I can find whoever did this to me. So, in the interest of expedience, yes.
What use do you even have for money? It's just I don't understand why you'd even want the money.
Money
Well,
is
I mean,
inconsequential, but
to be
that
perfectly
being said,
honest, I don't, but I do know that it is,
it is wanted by a
shall we
lot of
say, the
people.
gear that moves this world. Yes? Your world, at least.
Isn't my world either, but if we must.
Can
Well, I mean,
I figure out that something weird is going on with her because she's acting fucking strange as shit?
But
Okay.
more strange than she has been.
Fair. I mean, you've only known her for like 2 days.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
she decidedly seems different. Can I roll? What would that be?
Insight. Yeah, you could make an insight check. Yeah. Okay, a 19.
19. All right.
Yeah, she's definitely weirding out, as they say. I mean, it could be a number of things that could be affecting her. But her personality change was so swift. She's definitely not herself, though, that's for certain.
I want to say, Elf, you seem changed.
How can you even say that? You've known me for how long?
I mean,
Long enough to
physically,
know.
you've got a different colored hair and changes pretty darn quickly. It's a little bit weird.
My hair
Tell
changes
me,
constantly. It's,
tell me, who are you? I haven't actually asked before. Who are you?
well, if I'm being honest, I don't really know. I go by Amnestria because that's people called me for some time, at least to a point. I suffered an accident, you see. I don't really remember much of my old life, just that, well, whoever injured me. Uh, Well, hmm. I don't really remember, honestly. It's not all that important. She would pull back a little bit of her hair, and there'd be quite a few scars on her scalp, along with the obvious marks on her face from. Oh, you're not really sure. It's from attacks, I suppose.
You
It
are
looks
a
like she's been
strange.
through some things.
You are a strange one.
You have no idea.
I look back to Mikmick. I'm like, you don't remember anything of your past life.
As I
Correct?
said, it's just slight flashes. But since I woke up, I remembered it a little bit more. And I actually had a closer look at this axe, and I actually figured out that this was once Dranzorg's axe.
Might prove useful.
Yes, so I'm thinking if we take this to this other small one, Gabe, and use it as the focus for the seance, we may be able to get into contact with Jolk Dranzorg.
Not a terrible idea. And you, Elf, you remember nothing.
I remember plenty.
You just
You
said
need to
you
be a
remember
little more
nothing.
specific.
Of your life before you came here.
Oh, well, why didn't you just say that?
What I
I'm a ghost
did.
hunter. I hunt ghosts.
And
Although,
yet, here we are in a home hunting ghosts, and you suddenly find it unimportant.
well, do you really find it that important? You don't really seem like you want to be here either.
I don't. But,
Exactly. So we should just leave.
but I understand the utility of the situation. Which is
Well,
that these gentlemen downstairs seem to, for whatever reason, believe that we can provide a service that they require, and they are willing to pay for it. And while I myself have no personal desire for material gains, I also understand that here on the surface, that's how this works. And so I will play the game until I get what I need. If you understand.
I suppose I do. It's... Well, I don't know. Wherever you want to go, we can go. I will follow, I suppose.
You are a very strange creature, elf.
More than you know.
You hear footsteps coming from the stairwell to the south of you, coming up the stairs. Several sets of footsteps.
Hello?
Spirit.
Hello? And you hear the voice of Alanic Ray. We wondered where you all toddled off. And he comes up into view, being held in his arms by Arthur, because as you probably have already guessed, seeing his condition, he is unable to go up the stairs because of his chair.
Well, human, I fell asleep in your parlor and awoke here upstairs in an office. Make of that what you will, but that's all I can say.
He says, that's quite odd. Are you all right?
Quite fine.
Are all of you all right?
Mikmick will pipe up at this point and say,
Just two guys that I wanted to see. This may be an odd question, but do either of you have some toolkits on you?
I'm sorry, you said toolkits?
Yeah, artisan's tools, I think it is, or even thieves' tools.
I do have a set of tools that I often use for my investigations, yes? What of it?
I was wondering if I could borrow them. I feel like I'd be able to use them.
Shortly after you speak, Cabe comes up the stairs as well, sort of following them. Cabe, would you be a good friend? And he sort of puts his hand on Cabe's shoulder and says, go down to my leather satchel, find my toolkit. Our good friend and contributor to the cause seems to need it for some reason. And I'd prefer that Arthur not have to drag me down the stairs yet again. Arthur looks at Alanic and says, "Oh, it's no trouble. It's no trouble at all, Alanic. I've carried you worse places, if you know what I mean." And Alanic says, "Now, Arthur, we're on duty." Toddle off, would you, Cabe? Cabe says, yeah, sure. And then sort of gives you all a sort of strange look and runs downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
What are you using this toolkit for?
Well, when I woke up, I woke up with a new feature, if you will.
And he just holds up his hand.
And I feel like that I can use it to help me with certain tasks and techniques.
I see.
I just want to see if, if my what little I can remember is actually fruitful.
Oh. And do you expect the toolkit should be able to interface, perhaps, or to improve, tighten up the gears in that lovely little gauntlet that you have there?
Among other things, more the fact that I may be able to make something somewhat useful.
I see. Well, I'm sure whatever we can provide that would be of help to you, I can try to provide. And maybe about 3 or 4 minutes later, Cabe comes up from downstairs, and they come up to you, and with the bag open, pulls out a leather sort of small container, and you see as they undo the fastenings on it and open it that there are a variety of small metal tools, a small hammer, a jeweler's kit, and what looks like some kind of perhaps a small so what kind of kits are there? I always forget the kind of kits there are.
Oh, there are so
Too many
fucking
kits. There's a disguise kit, a climber's kit, too many kits.
There's a
Specifically, I'm looking
jeweler's
for
kit, a tinkerer's kit, a blacksmith's kit.
Yeah, I don't think that Atlantic would have
What
a
are you
tinkerer's kit.
What
I'm
are you specifically looking for?
Yeah,
Specifically, seeing as I'm talking to Atlantic,
yeah.
I was probably looking for more of an artisan's kit
Yeah, he's not an
or
artisan.
a thief's tool.
Yeah, he doesn't have that either. He's not that kind of an investigator.
But
really.
I think Tinkerer's tools can also help.
Tinkerer's tools, that was what I was thinking of.
Let me check Alanic's character sheet. Well, technically, Alanic is, based on his character sheet, kind of sneaky. And so I would say he probably does have thieves' tools, now that I come to think of it. So yeah, he has a combination of sort of jeweler's tools, thieves' tools, a disguise kit. You see that there's like makeup and a variety of prosthetics inside.
I have one of those.
I'm sure you do. And it sort of passes it off to you and says, whatever you can find in there, if you'd like to use, by all means.
And as soon as Mikmick gets a thieves' tools, he's going to use one of his class features and maybe grab a piece of something small off the ground. I don't know what's on the ground around him, or
carpet lint.
Why not carpet lint?
Sure.
It's a non-magical component. I'm pretty sure carpet lint's not magical.
Absolutely not. Well, haven't you known? This whole place is filled
you're
with magical
biased.
carpet lint.
And he'll somehow, I don't know how, use the magical tinkering to make the carpet lint generate a light.
I've seen a lot of things in my time as a dungeon master here. I'm gonna be honest. But Red.
The Mikmick is an artificer. Interesting.
Yes, so very much so.
Thought he was a barbarian. Okay.
He certainly was, and is, and has the ability to be so.
Yeah.
So yeah, this carpet lint sort of floats up in the air. And
A barbarificer.
He's a barbificer. Yep. We're calling him a barbificer.
Barbificer. I like it.
You're welcome.
Love it.
Yes, I say it, and therefore it is so. You see that this carpet lint sort of floats up in the air and sort of just like arcs with electricity. I think that's the word. Like, it's just all the static, right? You found a way to harness all the static electricity within the carpet lint, and it glows from within.
That's certainly interesting. I turn to Alanik and Arthur and say, have either of you seen our erstwhile companion, the one always looking for wine?
Tall, dark, and drunky. Yes.
Yes,
Haven't seen him. Woke up. All 4 of you were gone. So no.
Yes, I suppose the house did that. Do you suppose we ought to go find him, though?
Would appreciate if you intend, of course, to perhaps subsume some of the cost of this particular arrangement. One less person to pay.
I'm sorry. Oh, subsume. No, you have agreed to pay us.
Oh, of course I have. Yes. But if there's one less person, it would be a little bit more difficult to perform the seances without that fourth person. Am I right, Cabe? Cabe says, I mean, it's either that or one of the two of you. Arthur looks over at Cabe and then looks at Alanic and says, I don't believe in that sort of thing, so I don't think I'd be of any use. And Alanic says, and I wouldn't be of any use to you in my condition. I don't.
If I have to go look for him for the sole purpose of completing our arrangement, I don't suppose you'd be willing to raise my daily rate to 35?
Make a persuasion check, but make it with disadvantage, because you're already
getting more.
You're already like pushing the envelope here. Oh, this is great. I love this.
13.
That's a 13. He's going to make an opposed check, because that's just like right on the cusp, right? It's not a failure, and it's not an immediate success.
It's somewhere in the middle.
It's in the middle, so I'm going to make him do an opposed check. Let's see how.
You don't have any pluses or minuses?
Who are you talking about?
Oh, Sarah.
Sarah has.
So that's added.
Yeah, it's all baked in. She's actually. She's proficient in persuasion too.
Yes.
So she actually rolled a 14 and an 8.
Yeah.
I'm so used to playing with paper, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because my jack of all trades is
so it's so good. It's so good. All right. So he is going to. He's going to use his insight rather than persuasion here.
Yeah.
He's got a
of
plus.
Course it's better, I'm sure.
We'll see. He's got a +4 to insight. He's got to roll a 13 or better. Here we go. That's a 17.
That
is a 17 raw.
That's fair.
He says, "My dear, I don't think I quite have the funds to make that sort of arrangement."
I was going to say, well, you can't blame a girl for trying.
I never do.
I was going to give him a big smile. Say, but we should probably find the drunk anyway. He seemed moderately useful, at least.
Have you searched this particular floor already? Seeing as the three of you were, I assume, within this confine?
I have not seen him on my travels, either of you.
No, just some writing on a mirror and very nasty tub.
And we previously opened all doors on this hallway? Or
No. You have not?
Oh, well, then I'm going to start. Then I'll start opening doors in this hallway.
Okay.
After they've finished their conversation and
starting from the north and moving south.
Okay.
I can't exactly tell where they are on the map.
I will go ahead and open them for you.
Yeah. After they've finished that discussion, Mikmick will just turn to Cabe and.
This is the tea leaf room. We opened this one.
You opened it from a different place.
Okay.
And he'll just say to Cabe, Cabe, I thought you and these other two guys may want to know this, but that axe that we found under the table, under the porch, I should say, apparently this was Dolk Strantorg's axe.
Their eyes widen, and he said,
"That will actually perk Moynat up a bit too." But go ahead.
Yeah, they say, "Whoa, that was Dolk Strantorg's axe?"
Yes, it was. So there may be a possibility. Is there a possibility that we can use this as, say, a focus for tonight's seance? maybe get into contact with Dolk Dranzor.
Why would you want to get in touch with Dolk Dranzorg?
Oh, wait.
Who do you think's probably
Hello.
haunting this place?
Well, a lot of things are haunting this place.
But the person who asked us to free them asked
Garland.
us to look under the porch, and that's what we found. Yes.
Well, that's what the yeah.
Seance said yes.
Yeah.
So perhaps the axe and speaking to Dolk has something to do with that.
Maybe.
Unless Garland is actually him having changed his name or something.
I highly doubt that.
Seems dumb.
I don't.
I think, as I said, it's going to need to be asked through a seance, and why?
I mean, if he was the one who entombed all these souls here, then speaking to him might help us find out where they are. Yes?
Assuming he'd even want to.
Worth a shot, though.
Worth a shot. Worth a shot. That axe. Okay. Sure. I was planning on starting the seance in maybe a couple hours.
Oh, good. Let's find our companion and perhaps finish checking rooms in this floor we have not otherwise checked. What other doorways have we not opened on this floor?
I've opened almost all of them for you already.
There's not one here?
Let me double check.
Right about
I have not there's
not one here.
So there are two doors. Yeah, you haven't gotten to there yet. So yeah, the over here is another door. There's a door right next to Atlantic, and then yes, there is in fact a doorway down. Where is it? No, that's it.
Right here. Oh, those are the
stairs. That's correct. Yeah.
Did we go in?
You did not go into this room, no.
Oh, well, then I'm going to go into this room.
Okay. Beautiful thing. You step into this room, and the first thing that you notice is that
bear rug does not look to be in very good condition.
Yeah, it's well, amongst other things. Yeah, you look inside, and there is a sort of haphazardly stitched together bear rug on the floor right in front of a large bed. And here we go. I'll give you a little descripzione here. It's a double bed, and you see that it is sort of covered in grime and cobwebs. There are a few amenities here, save for a fireplace, which is opposite the bed to ward off the cold. However, it appears that the fireplace tools have been hurled with stunning force and unnerving accuracy into a glazed wall mirror situated right next to the door. The mirror has been shattered, but the poker driven into the wall's surface a full 4 inches pins it to its mount. And just as you begin to wonder if even the strongest among you could pull the instrument free, and as you watch, it begins to shiver and then shake as if gripped by a monstrous fist.
Oh no.
And as you sort of back away slowly, the vibrations end.
No spell for this. Yeah, Muadnhait is fearless. She's gonna walk up and try and grab it out of the wall.
Okay, make an athletics check.
That'll be funny. Okay, 17.
Okay, yeah, it takes 2 hands, but you... As I wham my microphone, pull the fireplace poker out of the wall. And as you do so, a thin droplet of blood pours out of the hole and begins to leak down the wall.
Okay. In the 7 hells. Is that?
Oh, goody, the wall's bleeding again.
It wasn't you this time, Amnestria.
I look at both of them. I was like, I'm sorry. What?
Amnestria, you look at the poker that that Muadnhait has in her hand, and it's a very strange looking poker because most fireplace pokers that you've seen actually have the sort of the tine, and it also has like a little bit of a hook, like on the side, perhaps 1 hook, sometimes 2 hooks. This one doesn't look like a hooked fireplace poker at all. It looks almost like a small javelin, like 2-3 feet long, with just like a full-on iron tip. There's no hook at all.
I investigated to see if I might know any more information about it.
About a
Would that be
poker?
the-
A fireplace poker?
Yeah. I mean, if
Sure.
you mentioned it resembles a javelin. Which...
Yeah, I mean, meaning just like the shape and make of it. It doesn't look like a normal fireplace poker, I guess.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to do that.
Yeah.
No,
Sure.
I said it.
Yeah, I mean,
Investigation?
yeah, you can make an investigation check. That's fine. Let's see what you get.
Sure. Why not?
18?
Yeah, I mean, it's
It's the negative rolls automatically?
yeah, it's a -1. It's you get a 17 technically.
Okay.
So you look at this poker, and you see that it does seem to be fashioned somewhat inexpertly. You do see, sort of like look at it up and down. You see there's like a slight warp to it, like a slight bend in it. Maybe from being thrown into the wall, or maybe from its original make. And you also see that along the side of it, you see 2 initials, VH.
VH. I have no idea what that
Bastion?
means.
Bastion.
Bastion help.
Bastion
Overrest.
Hellbreast.
Yes.
May have found the room of one of the children then. Why throw
Well,
poker? So strange. I want to go over here. Like, this is a dresser.
Let's take a look at what you're poking at. Yes, that is a dresser.
I'm going to go through the dresser.
Okay. You can go through it. It is empty. Completely and totally empty.
Alright, that's even more strange. The way you humans like your possessions, I assume someone still living in a space would keep them. I'm gonna go through this chest or whatever this is right here.
You open the chest. Or I open it up. It sort of creaks as you open it. It's dusty on the inside. It's dusty on the outside. It's completely empty.
Seems strange to me indeed.
I think you're overestimating humans. This place has been empty for probably a very long time. Look at just
Yes,
all the
there are
cobwebs
lots
and dust.
There are lots of valuables that haven't been looted. The fact that this bedchamber is empty seems, I don't know, very odd to me.
It's not that empty. There's this bed over here.
Mikmick, make a perception check, please.
Okay. Perception. Where are we? Wait for the character sheet to load. Perception. I'll do something that I haven't been doing. Is roll perception. Is this sight based or hearing?
Hearing based.
Okay, so normal roll.
21.
Ooh,
Oh,
nice.
Nice.
Work fine.
You're almost sure that you hear noises coming from inside the chimney. Little scratching noises.
And I'm assuming Moynard's right next to him. And he just says, I think I heard something coming from the chimney, but I'm kind of apprehensive about going near one for obvious reasons.
Oh, you heard what?
Some kind of scratching noise, like there's an animal, small animal or something inside there.
You see Moynat stand there for a second, and then kind of feel her resolve and step closer.
And
And
Mikmick
say,
will be right beside her. Just in
and
case
will
the same thing happens.
yell into the chimney, "Witch, show yourself."
Make an intimidation check. Woof, 22. God damn.
Well, she is scary. She is scary. She has mentioned that a few times before.
Okay.
Untrained, thank you, jack of all trades.
No doubt. Your voice echoes up the chimney flue, and a blazing fire apparates from the fireplace.
Moynat probably screams when that happens.
Absolutely. 100%. The fire is green and emits no smoke. And all of you watch as this just green flame. Green flame! Sorry, I had to do it. I'm D&D here. Appears. And after maybe 5 seconds, almost like it's sucked into the stones, the flame disappears. And sitting in the fireplace, in the ashes of this flame, is a small, round pie.
I don't think that's a witch.
What does the pie smell like? It's a weird question, but what does the pie smell like?
You sort of stick your face close to it, give it a good sniff. It smells like... It smells sort of salty. And it's definitely warm. You can feel the heat coming off the top of it.
Anyone, what does that smell like to you?
I was just going to say, Matt, can I make maybe... I don't know what it would be, if it would be Arcana or investigation or what. But would I be able to make a check to see if Mick can figure out what would have caused... what could cause the green flames? Like if it was like a chemical compound that makes green flames, or if it was like arcane flames, or...
You could make an Arcana check if you'd like.
Yeah. Didn't know if that was be Arcana or investigation or
Definitely
what.
Arcana, I think.
Definitely
yeah.
Arcana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a mystery,
11.
Mikmick. It's a mystery.
Tiny one, what do you smell?
Okay, so Mikmick will
pie.
give a sniff to the pie. I don't think I need a perception for that, do I?
I love this visual of like Moynat in the middle and Amnestria on like one side coming up and like Mikmick on the other side, and all three of you are just like, is that a pie? Like looking down.
It's because something salty and savory smells really good to me. I need to know if the others are smelling the same thing.
Yeah.
Mikmick, you stick your face
smell?
close down to it. It smells deep and sweet and rich. Something...
It smells like a fresh pie to me.
And Amnestria, to you, it smells like spicy and yet sweet, and the best way to put it is sort of almost like maple.
That's an interesting pie there. I'm not going to trust it, but you can do whatever you like with it.
You are not helping. What do you smell?
It smells like spice and
Tiny one, what do you smell?
I mean, it smells like a nice fresh pie to me, but I mean, that just could be my mind.
You're useless. Does it smell salty to you? Does it smell like the sea?
No, it doesn't.
why would the pie smell like the sea? So
Why would
weird.
anything smell like the sea?
I literally just turn my head to her very quickly and say, because that's what it smells like to me.
So it smells different to everybody by the looks.
It
So-
smells like what each of us desires.
Hmm.
Yes?
Can't be true. I desire to leave this place. But I suppose the smell is alluring enough. It's...
Why don't we give it to
her.
Ghost
I look
Hunters?
at her and I'm like, strange elf, you're useless. And then I just say, "Oh right, witch," and I grab the pie.
Okay. You take the pie. It's a small pie. It's probably about, I don't know, 6 or 7 inches in diameter. It smells exactly as you've smelled it before.
I will take a bite of the pie.
This is so good. Okay. You take a bite into this delicious
It happens when you
pie.
create a character who's fearless.
Hell yeah.
She does dumb shit all the time.
Okay.
I'm surprised she even knows what a pie is.
So,
One of the sailors may have given one to her once or twice.
She could have
To try
called
and
it the
stop-
baked good. I mean, she's sunk a lot of ships. She's seen shit.
the pie, when you eat it, your teeth pierce through the pastry crust and into the tantalizing filling of the pie.
Like, she knows it's a trap, but she's biting into it anyway because she just wants to know.
That's what I love about you, Sarah.
She's mad.
That's what I love
Mad.
about you.
Yeah.
She's mad. Yeah.
Just it's angry eating. It's anger. You're eating angry. Don't eat angry.
She's eating
folks.
eating her feelings right now. She's pissed. She wants to know what the fuck this witch wants, and this is the best way to find out. So, taking a bite of the pie.
You take a bite of this pie.
Also, if it's the witch she needs to kill, then one step closer, baby.
Sure. You take a bite of this pie. It tastes great. I mean, it tastes like all the tastes of home in a strange way. It tastes like flesh of the sea and of brine and of warmth. And then your teeth mash together and you hear a crunching sound.
Oy.
And you feel something in your mouth wriggling.
Oh, God.
What do you do?
I spit it out.
You spit it out.
Whatever.
You watch.
Into my hand. I spit
Okay,
it out
you
in-
watch as Moynot spits into her hand. And in your hand, Moynot, you see a small tail of something that's still wriggling and moving on your hand.
Is the rest of it in the pie or in me?
Well, it's not in the pie.
This sounds so gross. I am gonna stick 2 fingers down my throat and try and puke up whatever I just ate.
Make a Constitution saving throw, Moynot.
Alright.
Well, Moynot is doing this, and Amnestria just gonna peek out in the hall and just be like, "So we're eating pie from the chimney now."
Yeah, exactly. Lanik and Arthur sort of like lean into the room and like, is everything all right? And oh my god! And Cabe's like, that wasn't as bad as last night. That was not as bad as last night. Last night was all maggots. This is just, oh, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. That's bad. And why not just make a Constitution saving with a 16?
Yeah.
You just retch. And it flows out of you, Moynat, onto the floor. And there are tiny little bones in the sick.
Hell is that? Oh. I didn't think it was going to be that bad.
What did you think would happen?
I thought
You ate a pie from the chimney in a house haunted by ghosts.
I thought I'd go to where it was and then I could kill it. That is what I thought. And you just like when she looks up and says that, her eyes, like, it's normally just the irises, but they've gotten even bigger and her whole eyes are black.
Damn.
Mikmick's going to be investigating the pie.
Mick was like, I don't care about you. Bones? Bones? Are there bones? I can use these.
Bones. Yeah, bones.
Bones? Bones?
Bones.
Bones?
Okay,
Bones.
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 It's just bones.
It's bones.
And as I see Mikmick doing that, I'm going to say, what the hell did I just eat?
Mikmick, make a nature check.
Nature check. Okay.
Can I also make a nature check?
Sure. You want to go through digging? Go digging. Go, Amnestria. Mikmick, you have no idea what these creatures are. None.
The bones.
I made one at a 14.
Yeah, you're kind of not quite sure what they are, am I not?
Yeah. I was even going to say give me disadvantage because I'm a little messed up and 14 would be my disadvantage roll,
Yeah, you're pretty sure it's some kind of piscine fish-like or...
Okay, actually no, like if it was fish-like, then
well, the
that
problem
might be
is that
something I know.
if it was just fish, you'd be okay with it. But you've never seen fish bones that had arms and feet.
What the hell? You just like, you see Moynat's eyes close and you see her lips move for a few seconds, but you're not sure what she's saying. And then she just begins to hum to herself. As she walks away from the pie and the pile of sick, just humming to herself. Very, very, like, so quietly you cannot even make out the tune. You can just ever so slightly tell that it's music.
Good. Yeah, Alanik and Arthur sort of witness to this affair. Say, I think you all should leave this room. Swiftly, if at all possible. Arthur,
Moynat looks up from where she is and just, like, power walks out of the room, like,
fair.
Fuck this shit.
Fair. Absolutely. I suppose there are more rooms either upstairs or downstairs if you desire to keep looking.
Where is the downstairs stairs?
There's an attic, but we also need to find our friend. Has anyone actively found the cellar of this place?
We have not, unfortunately. We've only really looked in the front hallway, and we've done a sort of circle around the house, of course, before we entered. We did notice that
around the outside, I'm assuming.
Yes, of course. We did notice that all the windows are boarded shut. The back portion of the house does seem to have some kind of broken windows, stained glass, and an area with, we assume to be some sort of a conservatory or greenhouse, although the windows are blackened by soot and filth.
Beginning to see why you hire people to do your work for you.
Well, I mean, if you have the money.
Nope, just down the stairs. She's not even listening. Down the stairs.
Okay, down you go. Do you follow Muadnhait?
We do.
She will follow, but she's not really in any hurry. She's kind of just taking her time.
Totally.
Just stopping at random intervals. Just be like, whatever. Not really that invested with any of this.
Do. Take your time.
Yeah.
All right, let's move you on downstairs to the first floor. Let me...
Need to find the cellar.
Yeah, you do need to find the cellar, or so you think. Let me move you. Copy, paste you.
Well, as Mikmick said, he
Moved
needs to
ourselves.
find some
Okay.
alcohol.
So this door leads to the gallery. So that's the parlor. That's the gallery. This is outside. And this is the hallway, but we didn't explore all options there.
Correct. I will open the doors that you
Sure.
guys have already opened, actually, just to make it easier upon you.
We have not opened this door, correct?
Hold on for 1 second. No, you have not opened that door. That is correct.
Why not
Let-
open that door?
Never mind. Why not be
Oh,
either?
oh, no, I'm sorry. You sure, Maeve?
Yeah, either way. She'll just kind of follow, and while you're doing that, just sort of just look around the room.
Ennui is an
open.
amazing thing.
I will open this door.
All right, here we go. Oh. You open the door to this room, and you see in front of you a long hallway with broken picture frames, some of which you remember.
Oh,
Guys,
we have.
we've
This
been
is the hall.
here.
We've been in this hallway before. Which door
Yeah.
did we? Is this the door to the creepy ballroom?
Yes. From memory.
And
is.
the
So
dining
we
room is over here,
That is
if I
correct.
recall.
So we haven't opened this one right here.
That is correct, you have not.
All right. Mikmick, you want to go first? You look excited.
No, I just moved my cursor around because I'm bored.
Oh well, fucking right. Might not open the door.
You're bored, Mikmick? Did you say?
Nah, I was just
Are you
moving
bored?
around
Don't
so I
say
can
shit
actually
like
see
that
what
out loud, Matt. We'll fuck with you.
Are you bored?
I'm just trying to figure out where I am because yeah,
Mhm.
I've got to figure about these.
How quickly?
lighting.
How quickly they retreat from their words.
Yep, definitely.
Yes, you are more than welcome to open that door if you so desire.
I do.
Okay,
So desire.
excellent. Let me grab it and kill the door. Poof. You open the door, you do see an open and very cob-infested closet, which is bereft of anything on the shelves.
Mistress gonna take one look inside and just like, nope, bye.
Fair.
Walk down the hall again.
No
Fair.
other exits out of this room.
No, unless you'd like to sort of look around perhaps a little
I will
longer.
look around a little closer.
Hit me
I
with an
will do that.
investigation check then.
Can I also hit you with an investigation check to see if I can actually find
Oh,
some?
no, sorry,
clothes?
that was intimidation. There's investigation.
Fair, but I'm going to use that natural one on.
Of course you are.
Well, you rolled. You roll. I take the roll.
Click the rock.
I know, but you still rolled. So that's a 1 plus 2. That's a 3. You don't find anything, but you can certainly be assisted by Mikmick, who may know more about other things.
I'll go for investigation. See if you can find anything. A 12.
Yeah, I mean, you look around the room. You do not see any indication of anything hiding, secret, or otherwise. Just an old
But I wasn't
closet.
looking for anything secret.
Fair.
I was
Investigation
looking for,
allows that just in case you do well.
Yeah,
Well,
I was more looking for some clothes that would fit.
No such luck.
While they're doing that, Matt, can I investigate the door that's in the dining room?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I remember we didn't open that
You
door.
did not open this door. That is correct.
I'm right behind you. Like, go for it, girl.
Ready?
You open the door, and in front of you, you see a kitchen. You see that a rack previously suspended from this kitchen's ceiling has crashed, crushing a table and scattering rusted pots and cooking implements. A sizable iron stove is built into the north wall, and there are several doors that lead from this room. The kitchen countertops are actually quite dingy and stained. There are cutting boards scattered across the surfaces, gouged deeply by what you can assume to be overly powerful blows from heavy knives and cleavers. The sink in one corner seems to be stopped up as it occasionally gurgles and belches up some sort of black and red ichor and left to fester in a stinking puddle.
I'll step into the room then. Take a little bit of a look around.
Okay. Make an investigation check here.
Right behind. Where is the sink? Where is the gurgling sink belching out brown liquid?
A 13. Yeah, I'll show you. It's
Wouldn't it be a 12 though? Gotta keep doing that -1.
it's sort of part and parcel of, although it doesn't show it on this map, it's sort of part and parcel of the, where is it? I guess it wouldn't be based on this map's indication. So you can just call that flavor instead.
Well, I want to go turn the faucet off. That's why I asked.
Okay, let me see actually if there is something that is more indicative of that. Yeah, it doesn't seem like that's the case. So you can just ignore that particular description part. That's just plates.
I was like, otherwise I'm going to assume it's right here and I'm going to turn it off.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
So the doors to this room, or from this room, yeah, there are several. There are doors to the northwest. There are 2 of them, and directly to the north, there's one, and then directly to the east, there is one.
Wait, to the northwest, there's 2?
One here, and one on the opposite corner wall.
Oh, that's a door. Okay.
And then there's one in the middle of the room, and then there's one right next to Amnestria.
Okay.
Amnestria, as you move to that door, the one of the pots on the wall suddenly wrenches itself loose and smashes into the counter just next to you with stunning velocity.
Well, Amnestria's definitely gonna at least jump about that and be like, "Are you damn ghosts?"
See for that. Okay.
Well, Mikmick entering this room, you will see that the roof has seemingly previously collapsed in. So he'll be looking up and checking to see if it was built to code, we'll say.
Code.
If it was like, yeah, that was cheaply made.
I will open this door right here, the one that's on the western wall.
Okay, great. Here we go. You open that door, and it showcases the hallway that you were just in.
God damn it. All right. Then I'll
Can I
open
open
the
the
one
door near me?
immediately to the north.
Sure. You open the door to the north, and you see a pantry. This particular pantry, or at least I should say the foodstuffs in this pantry, have decayed almost to dust. And you see whatever was kept inside glass jars have basically turned into rotten smears.
Ugh. Well, that's disgusting. Elf, what do you have?
There's a door. She just points to the door behind her.
Well, then open it, child.
She opens the door.
All right, you open the door. You open the door and you feel a sort of cool breeze emanate as you see that you are now in view of the outside of this manor. Beyond about 20 or so feet, however, the view is obscured by undulating mists.
Just kind of peek her head outside and just look around a little bit. See if there's anything she can even see on the porch, maybe.
Just overgrown creeper vines. At this point, anyway.
There's nothing here either. It's...
I do not like this house.
I believe the house also doesn't like us.
You did miss
Are there any
one door in the
Yeah,
middle.
in the kitchen?
Mhm.
Oh, where?
In the center.
We're here?
Right to the north, yeah.
That
Right there.
one? Oh, okay.
Open that one then.
All right. You open that door
Mmm.
and you see a set of stairs going down. And these stairs are smooth and sturdy, descending down into the foundations of the house. You catch a whiff of some rather acrid, unpleasant odor, and feel a sudden need to bury your nose in the crook of your elbow. Is that rotting meat? The pungent smell of old fungi? A long stagnant pool of acrid water? Or perhaps something more coppery? And as you stare down into the cellar, you hear a voice come from below. And this voice, it sounds like someone who you have just spent the last two days with. But it is deeper, hungrier. And it says, "Hello up there. Come on down. The cellar's fine." And that's where we're going to stop
So you
for
found
tonight.
the cellar.
Love it.
Can I make a quick roll?
For what, sir?
The kitchen that we're currently in, is this
Mhm.
right below the bathroom upstairs?
It is, actually.
Yeah.
So what is the
do I
roll?
remember? Yeah, that was the question. See if Mikmick can figure out if this is where he is basically underneath where the bathroom is.
Oh, you don't have to make a roll for that.
Yeah.
I'll hand wave that. That's not a problem.
Okay. So yeah, you said that the roof is collapsed in, but the bathroom upstairs seems somewhat still intact. There's no big hole in the bathroom.
That's correct.
So yeah, that's what Mikmick is just going through. Mikmick's head at the moment. Just
I I thought my understanding was that the shelving fell over, not that the roof caved in.
Oh, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. There's no cave in of the roof. I'm sorry if that was a mistake.
Sorry, that was
No,
wrong.
like the hanging pot rack fell down, but not
right.
the
I thought it was
entire
the
roof.
roof.
Exactly.
Sorry, that was my mistake.
No,
I
it's
thought
no
it was the
problem,
roof.
no problem. All right.
It's okay.
So that's where we're gonna stop for tonight, folks. Let's go ahead and say goodnight to our amazing people here in chat, as well as over on YouTube. And let's start with the person who couldn't be here, who had to leave earlier this evening. That's Alex Lorenzo, who played Claudiu. You can find him on Instagram at _Alex_Lorenzo, where he posts, as usual, absolutely nothing. But that's okay, because social media is not for everybody. Heck, I hardly do anything on social media nowadays except blast stuff about this channel. But I love doing it, and I'm all about it. So let's go counterclockwise this way. Let's go on over to Sarah. Sarah, tell us about where we can find you on the internet.
I am Sarah. You can find me on the internet at Lovely Llama on Twitter and Instagram. Tonight I posted some photos of a cocktail served in the most adorable teacup ever. It was very cute. And what time is it? Are we post midnight?
Yeah. It's
We
1:36.
are.
It's
It's
here.
my 1-year wedding anniversary.
Oh my
today.
gosh!
Hey.
Congratulations!
So I'm sure my
Really good.
husband is asleep on the couch right now. But we'll be going out for our anniversary tomorrow. So probably cute photos of that too, forthcoming.
Amazing.
Check them out.
Awesome. Congratulations to you and to Brandon. Amazing. Okay, moving on down around counterclockwise, we're going to go on over to Red, who played Mikmick. Red, where can people find you on the internet?
You can't find me really anywhere. I don't post on Twitter. I
We can
post
find
on
you here,
Facebook.
though.
Yes.
I'm mostly playing games most of the day when I'm not working. And as I alluded to last week, I've got another model that I want to show. So I've turned off my
Ooh.
background, so it's not going to fade out.
Okay, let's
And
see
this
it.
model is from a movie that was released when in the year I was born.
Oh boy,
So-
this is going to make me feel old.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Oh! So wait, what year is that?
That was
What year
1989.
is that?
1989.
Oh god. Oh, you baby. Oh, you're
Okay,
so
that
cute.
doesn't make me feel old. Thank you.
You're adorable. I love you,
It's
kid.
fine. It's fine. I was.
But
I
as I
was
said, I've not actually
thought
seen the
that
movie,
I thought
so
that was the Keaton Batmobile. I just needed to check.
nice.
Yeah.
That's great. That's a nice
That's-
model.
That's a really nice model. That's
I like
really well
it.
done. Also,
And,
Michael Keaton is my Batman forever.
Oh, 100%.
and
Oh
that's
fuck
the
yeah,
box that
Michael
came in.
Keaton. Michael
that's a
Keaton
nice
will
box.
always
I
be
like
my
it.
Batman.
It actually
Really
comes
cool.
with a little background as well, so
Nice.
Nice.
Awesome. Thank you so much,
Yeah.
Red. Amazing.
Best Batman ever.
He is Batman.
Yes.
So let's go on over finally to Maeve, who played Amnestria, down in that corner, bottom right-hand corner. Maeve, where can people find you on the internet?
Well, you can find me at Maeve Climber on Twitter. I'm also around on Discord. I do play Final Fantasy too, with Final Fantasy 14, which is super fun. On the Cactar server. But anyway, yeah, I'm usually around different places. Usually just kind of occupy my time doing random stuff for, at this time of year, working.
Mm.
This
That's
is my fun. So
This is your fun? I'm happy to be part of it. I'm happy to be helping.
This is my fun too. I feel
Yay!
you, girl.
Thank you. You guys are great. And I'm super happy that you guys are feeling the Ravenloft stuff, because a lot of people,
Oh, heck yeah.
it's not for everybody, right? It's, people sometimes they're just
Despite
like,
you hitting me with maggots and fungus, I still love
this
it.
is how we grow, Sarah. This is how we grow.
No, stop talking about growing. That's what makes it worse.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Honestly, I'm really not that bad in real life at all.
Oh, no, you're great. No, you're great.
All
It's
right.
fine. I know that I have stupid phobias.
No, they're
and
not.
so
There are no
it's totally
phobias that
fine.
are stupid. In all seriousness, everybody's phobias are their own. They own them. They admit them into their life, and they do what they can to overcome. So
True.
that is that. I've been your host for this evening, Matt G, and I'm the dungeon master for this particular campaign, game master for others, and just the overall trying to make it happen producer here for Slices and Dices. But you can watch us do some fun stuff here every Friday at 9:15 Eastern, sometimes Thursdays, depending on schedules and life and all that jazz. And thank you for all of you amazing people in chat. Thank you for all of you who watch on YouTube. Thank you for all of you subscribers who help us out in every way possible to make the channel grow, to make us enabled to give you cool stuff to watch and listen to. So that's all I have to say about that. That said, it's time to go to bed because it's late or early, and we've got the whole weekend to look forward to. So without further ado, I say, remember, folks, take care of each other, but don't forget to take care of yourselves. Thanks for watching, folks. Have a great rest of the evening and a great weekend. We love you. Good night.